Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Uncivil Law, where, as always, we learn through the misfortunes of others. I'm your host, Uncivil Law, a licensed attorney in Texas, Virginia, and before the United States Supreme Court, and I hope today is the day I earn that subscription. For today's coverage, we are continuing our coverage of this woman, Miss Taylor Schabusiness, who, despite her appearance, is apparently 25 years old. I know, I'm surprised too, but that's what they keep telling me, and that's what I'm going to go with. She is accused of murdering her 24-year-old buddy, friend, lover, then dismembering him and spreading body parts in various places. Both of his heads were found in a bucket in his parents' basement. His thigh was found in a crock-pot box in her van, and other parts of the body found. Also, when she was arrested, she still had blood on her from apparently her activities earlier in the day. She is very incredibly guilty. Also, we learned yesterday that she was Googling and searching in the run-up to the thing information about Jeffrey Dahmer. And apparently, I guess, decided that she wanted a piece of that lifestyle, I suppose. And she did this, I guess, out of that. She has pled not guilty. She's arguing both not guilty and not guilty by reason of insanity, which because apparently they do that separately here as two-parter. So first we're doing guilt, and then we'll do mental competence, because Wisconsin does it in a weird way, which is interesting. So I look forward to seeing that because I've never seen it done that way. So that'll be fun. And she wants to argue that basically due to a combination of various medications, drugs, pharmaceuticals she took, principally meth, she had psychosis, not intoxication. So you can't use intoxication as a defense. But the idea isn't that my inhibitions were lowered, intoxication. The idea is that my long-time drug use caused psychosis or caused brain damage. Physical damage to my brain, caused parts of my brain to deteriorate, caused me to have a psychotic break, and I am not buying any of this, even a little bit. The defense has been doing very well with the nothing. They've been asking a whole lot of questions that have no point or value. They ask questions I don't even know why to sometimes, because sometimes the questions seem to me to somewhat reemphasize the state's points at times. So I don't know if they're simply hoping that based on the mere asking of questions that the jury will infer a whole bunch of things. Well, he must be asking for a reason. There must be some sort of problem, or he's asking in the hope that maybe somehow, some way, the state will say something that will cause a problem. He's insinuated through his questioning at various times that the officers might have manipulated the data or manipulated the facts or manipulated the records. Is it possible someone could have manipulated these records, basically? But there's no evidence of that. There's no evidence of that. He's just like asking the question with a vague hope that somehow someone were going to infer things. He's doing good with the nothing, though. Last night, though, he asked for a mistrial, which was particularly hilarious. And the judge said no. This morning, apparently, we're going to be starting with some sort of voir dire about an expert. So I'm not exactly sure what that's all about, but we're going to find out, I suppose. An expert's going to come on the stand, and we're going to find out what the scope of this expert is. So they want to do voir dire outside the presence of the jury, which, fine. So there's some dispute about what an expert can testify about or not, and so they're going to have a hearing about that this morning, I suppose. So we'll see. Yeah, I don't really know about the insanity thing. I don't really know how they do it in Wisconsin. I just know they do it separately in second, which is weird, but okay. So I'm not sure exactly how that works, but fine. Yeah. She's also wearing the same outfit she did on day one. That's true. It's the same shirt. So I'm not sure what that's all about. And good morning to all of you. Yeah. Having all kinds of fun over here on Uncivil Law. This is a particularly uncivil case, to be sure. As for myself, I did go to my improv class last night. I had a good time continuing to learn the skills of improv. Enjoyable.
Johnson versus Taylor Schabusiness. The appearances are the same. Deputy District Attorney Saunders, District Attorney Lezay for the state. Mr. Freilich is here for the defendant, and Ms. Schabusiness is here as well. So we're on the court's calendar this morning, not just to complete the, or just to continue with the jury trial, but I asked the parties to report at 8:15 to voir dire, the last witness, about the issue that came up yesterday. Is the witness here?
That witness is here, Your Honor. In addition, Ms. Danelski is also here from Green Bay PD, who may have more information about technical issues if the court has concerns. But I can address this if you want to voir dire Lieutenant Luberta first.
I would like to do that. So if you could come on up.
I think this has something to do with cell phone records or something. Not quite sure what's going on exactly. We're going to find out together, I suppose.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help me God. I do. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, L-U-B-E-R-D-A.
It'd be also interesting to see how they conduct this, just in sort of the style of it, because sometimes when it's outside the presence of the jury, it can be more informal, more different style. So it'll be interesting to see if it's like the same as it would be for a jury or be a little bit different.
We invited you back this morning to ask a few questions.
I mean, well, the judge is starting by asking questions, so right away, you know, it's different, right?
Questions, to ask some questions as well. But I was looking at the two exhibits, 99 and 100, that appear to be the extraction reports. And I'm going to hand this to you. Actually, counsel, I don't have copies of those. So she's looking at the originals. Do you have a copy that I can look at while I ask some questions? And then I'm going to give each attorney an opportunity to ask some questions, but I have some specific
You guys have
questions.
another copy? Yeah.
If they're your only copies, I'll give them back before you ask your questions. Okay, I'm looking at these reports, and the question that I had for the attorneys is if there's a way to identify when these searches occurred. First of all, and my exhibits are not numbered, I believe the one that says searched item 35 in the upper left corner is exhibit 99. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So as far as the searches on these forms, everything that I see has a timestamp item in the far left. For example, item number 1, timestamp February 19, 2022. Does that tell me when this was searched?
Yes.
Okay. And each one of those search items seems to have one of those timestamp denotions on it. When I look at a Web 100, however, I don't see a similar indication as to when these were looked at. And so first of all, as far as Exhibit 100, are these searches or something else?
These are something else.
What are these then?
These are you referencing the actual photographs, or are you referencing the information?
Well, that's a good question. First of all, are the photographs affiliated with the information? In other words, you're extracting something and these came from the phone and all the data comes along with the photograph?
They are from the phone and affiliated with the search. However, I believe Analyst Danowski will be better able to answer that question for you as far as what's done on Google's end when I wrote the warrant.
Okay. So you're not able to, the question I'm driving towards is, how do we know when these were accessed by the defendant through the defendant's phone? And you're not able to tell me that?
Correct.
Judge, I think I might be able to clarify with a couple of questions. The exhibit that you see in front of you, Exhibit 100, that has those photos, and then they all have a date associated with them. I think of March 8th of 2022. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that is the date after the phone was seized from Ms. Schabusiness, correct?
Correct.
Now, that is an extraction report built upon the return that you received from the Google warrant, right?
Correct.
Now, did you also review an extraction report from the phone itself?
Yes.
And when you looked at the extraction report from the phone itself, were you able to find dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And when you looked at the phone itself, what were the dates that corresponded with the photos of Jeffrey Dahmer?
It was February 6th, February 12th, and February 13th.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches for information on Jeffrey Dahmer that you saw both in the phone and on the Google warrant?
Yes.
Now, do you know why the March 8th, 2022 date was assigned by Google when you received that from the warrant?
No.
Okay. But I just want to confirm that you did two separate searches. One is the phone itself, and then there's a second that is from the Google warrant, correct?
Correct.
And the exhibit that you have in front of you, 100, that's from the Google warrant, not from the phone itself.
Correct.
Okay,
Mr. Fraley, do you have any questions?
that makes
before we hear
sense.
this
So
witness?
one of them's from the phone.
I
and one of
asked
them's from
yesterday
Google.
for copies, but I don't
Okay.
have them, so I'll have to take a look. Can
All
I
right.
look at those?
Yeah, so one of them's from the phone,
Yes, thank you.
and one of them's from Google. Okay, so that makes sense why there's different dates on them. Just the way Google internally saves its information or whatever. Or reports the data.
Should I call you Officer Liberta or Miss Liberta?
Miss Luberta is fine, thank you.
Thank you. This Exhibit 100, it's a extraction report, and it says Google warrant return, correct?
Correct.
And this is information that is directly from Google,
Correct.
and it shows different searches. Is that fair?
Yes.
It's got like a byte size, correct, on it? Like the number of bytes?
I would have to look.
And then it's got a modified date on there. Is that fair?
That I know, yes.
And it's got a source file, correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
And then it's got pixel resolution, correct?
I'd have to look at it again.
Okay.
I'll take your word
And
for
these
it.
are basically thumbnail pictures or photos?
I'd have to look at it again.
Your Honor, could I approach?
Sure.
Thank you. Okay, I see bytes, size,
It's got different categories, correct?
different categories, yes.
All the things that I just asked you about, is that fair?
I guess.
Yes,
Is this going anywhere?
This, this March 8th, 2022 date, that is the date that the cell phone that is associated with these pictures was seized?
what is the question?
That March 8th, 2022 date, is that the date that's associated with when the phone was seized?
No,
Corresponds with those pictures?
it is not the date that the phone was seized.
Okay. What is that March 8th, 2022 date then? Do you know?
It says it is a modified, and then it has the date.
Okay. Do you know what that means, modified?
No.
Okay. I think you said these other dates, February 6th, February 12th, February 13th of 2022. What were those dates?
Those were the dates that searches for Jeffrey Dahmer or Jeffrey Dahmer in some way were done.
And is that what's on that Exhibit 100?
No.
Thank you, Lily, for the gift memberships.
Okay. No other questions?
Okay.
Judge, I do have as an additional exhibit for the court a report that was generated from the phone itself, which quite clearly shows the date stamp associated with some of these photos, and particularly the date stamp associated with Exhibit 101, which is the large picture that the state intended to address. So I can provide that to the court if it alleviates any concerns regarding the date of that particular photo.
So it looks like, at least the way that Google reported the data to them, is not necessarily
Can you review that?
accurate,
This is
I
the
suppose.
Celebrate report extraction of the device screenshots taken by forensic computer analyst Danowski.
And those are the screenshots that you testified to yesterday that you reviewed when you were doing your analysis of the phone extract itself, correct?
Correct.
And in that exhibit, are there a number of photographs depicted of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And those have date stamps associated with them?
Yes.
Google, and those are in the Google Photos section of the device, is that right?
Correct.
And what is the date stamp associated with the picture of Ms. Schabusiness holding a cell phone photo of Jeffrey Dahmer next to her head and smiling?
Saturday, February 12th, 2022.
Thank you. I have no further questions on that point.
Can the board hear the witness on that, Mr. Fraley?
At this point, it sounds like the defense's best hope is to keep out the Google report, and I'm not really sure what that does for them, to be honest.
Ms. Liberta, does it indicate on this
It doesn't really do that much
102
for them,
extraction report,
because like they get the data
created
straight from the cell phone.
3/2 of 22?
So their best hope is to
Says that,
basically
right?
keep out
On the bottom,
Exhibit
correct.
100.
It says it on the bottom of
The state's like, okay, well, we got 99
page
and
1, page
101,
2,
so,
and
you
page
know, that's
3.
fine.
Is that fair?
Yes.
You know, so sometimes all you can do is fight over the margins, and that
Nothing
seems
further.
like
Thank you.
what's going on right now.
Just to clarify, that 3/2/22 date, is that the date that analyst Danowski created these screenshots?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, you can step down.
Which is also incidentally one of the reasons why the police look for evidence in a couple different ways, right? Because you never know, right? It's like
I think only
you
if
can
the
get
court
this-
has concerns on this issue.
You know,
and,
if you can
as
get
a
the same
predicate to
information-
admitting
if you can get the
these-
same
this
information
testimony,
5 different
I
ways, you get it
would
5
call
different ways,
Analyst Danowski if
right?
the
Because you
court
never know.
wishes.
Maybe one of them will disappear, and then
Yeah,
you
I'd
have
like
4
that
left. You know, so it's not that big a deal.
Okay.
As opposed to putting all your eggs in one basket. So they might lose report 100. Did the state care? Not really, not that much.
What's that? You can have that, yeah.
Everything's just bonus at this point, you know? It's just bonus. Okay, we have our phone. We found this on our phone. Also, we asked Google for it, and we know it's her account. And Google says, yeah, that's on her account. So it's just bonus. But sure, maybe you'll win this one.
Nothing but the truth in the matter, now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please state your name for the record.
Kendall Danowski.
Okay, Ms. Danielski, have a seat.
Thank you.
I'm going to give you exhibits 99 and 100. I just had a couple of questions
Sure.
for you. I'm looking at the exhibit, I think it's 100. It's got the thumbnail photos on.
So what's up with these dates, yo, on Exhibit
We talked a
100?
little
Can
bit
you
about
explain
this
that to me?
exhibit, and it has a date listed by each image, and that date seems to be in the third column. So the first column is just the number. The second column is the file information. The third column is additional file information, and under that, there shows a date modified, March 8, 2022. Do you know what that date is?
I believe that date is basically when Google received that preservation letter, when they grabbed that preservation and then said, okay, we're going to take a snapshot of this data here and save it. I believe that's when that data is created. I went back and looked at a couple other Google warrant returns that we've had in the past, and it was of similar correlation. So,
Great.
for instance, the preservation was sent and
The
received by
date
Google
modified
on the
means
25th.
the dates that Google.
And then I saw the modified
The
dates
date
on all of the
modified
images
means the
to
date
be
that
the
Google
29th.
saved it as an
So it seems
archive.
consistent that that would be the date that
So
when
they
Google
preserved
receives that
it.
preservation letter, that's when
Excellent.
they're
Thank
saying,
you for
we're going to create a
clarifying
snapshot
that.
of
Exhibit
all this
100
data.
is admitted.
And this data on this exhibit,
You know?
what is this data? It's not a
Yeah.
search on a cell phone, or is it a search on a cell phone? Because I'm contrasting it with Exhibit 99, which seems to, on the upper left-hand corner, it says searched items 35. You see where it says that?
Yes.
Okay, this
So,
one over on the other exhibit doesn't say that. So what is this?
so the one on the left, the search items, those are going to be Google search terms. And then the one on the right, data files, those would be images that would be under the Google Photos application. Both of these can be cloud-based, where data can be on the phone and in these applications as well. So if you were to log into a certain Google account, you could access these images from a computer as well. So
The fact that it's showing up on this report, what is that telling us about this information?
So this is telling you this is what was associated and within that Google account when Detective Liberta created that or sent that preservation letter. And the Google account can be accessed via the phone. A lot of times the data from the phone will be automatically backed up and synced to these applications. So if you're on Google and you're searching, where is Starbucks, that could go onto the cloud and translate to that as well.
So this report then does affiliate with something that was searched.
Yes.
Okay. So why does one report indicate that it's searched items? That's Exhibit 99, but 100 doesn't indicate that it's searched items.
So it's just different types of data. So the searched items would be like Googling where is Starbucks on the Google application, the Google search application, where the data files would be something like if you were to be searching on Google and save a file or download a file or take a picture on your phone, and then that's backed up and synced to the Google Photos application.
Okay, so it's something else going on the phone other than searching.
Yes.
And would there be any way to determine when that activity occurred by looking at Exhibit 100? So if I look at item 1, is there any way to determine when the phone performed a function that registered this piece of data in it?
It can, yes. So if you were to look at the photos app, the regular photos gallery on the phone, under the images from the phone extraction, so not the Facebook or the Google warrant return, it would show a lot of these images as well, because a lot of images saved in the phone's gallery that comes installed with the device get backed up and synced to this Google Photos application. So a lot of these thumbnails and photos you're seeing here would also be in the regular gallery on the phone, which you could see going through the phone extraction.
Okay. Is there any way for me to tell from this phone whether this data was collected by this phone, say, in 2022 or in 2015?
Yes, some should have associated dates and times with them. I was looking, and some of the pictures of similar nature did have some download dates and times associated with them, which I believe were from February of 2022, which would be consistent with some of these search dates and times on the Exhibit 99.
Sure. Let me be more direct. This exhibit that the state is offering me, I want to make sure, if I receive it, that there's some correlation in time between the events in this case and the events on this sheet. And by looking at this sheet, I can't figure that out. Can you tell me whether looking at this sheet, I should be able to figure that out or not?
Not usually by looking at the sheet. We'd have to look at the original phone extraction and find some of these duplicate or similar images, and then compare them and see the dates and times in the original phone extraction. I can't speak to Google and their servers and data after that preservation has been sent to them, so I can't say with 100% certainty what that modified time is on this form. That would be for them to speak to. I can say that the zip file we received from Google, the dates and times from that zip
Maybe
file
if the
are
defense is
matched
really, really lucky,
and were correctly
they'll win
parsed
this
by my
motion.
program.
I doubt the
So it
state
wasn't my
cares
program that
much.
edited and added in these
It's a
dates and
nice
times. This
to
is what
have.
Google sent
It's
us.
nice
So
to
the best way to
have
decide
that we
the
did a
dates and times
subpoena
for
to
these
Google,
images would be
and
to
we
either
got
look at the
these
captured
things back
screenshots
from
that I took
Google
from the
that
original
shows
phone
that this
extraction,
account
or to go through
access
the images
these
from the original phone
files.
extraction.
And by the way, those same files are on the phone, and then we can go to the dates.
Because that was after. the
It's
photo
nice
was
to
received.
have.
That was after the events that occurred in this case.
Maybe the defense will get really, really
Every
lucky.
single item on this form has that same date. It would seem, as a result, that that was some kind of recording date that was done when you received these. My concern is whether or not there's any way to pinpoint when this information was collected by this phone. And you're telling me, looking at this exhibit, Exhibit 100, there's absolutely no way you can tell that.
Correct. We would have to look at the phone extraction and compare the pictures with dates and times.
Okay, I'm going to let the other attorneys ask some questions. Mr. Lizette.
And I'm not going to ask any questions on that exhibit. I guess I would ask, could she see Exhibit 102?
So maybe 102 gets them what they need, right? So yeah.
And
All
Ms.
right,
Danilski,
defense, you win that motion.
after
You,
you've reviewed
you keep out
102, I
100.
would
We got
ask if you could
99,
identify
101,
what
and
that
102 though.
This would be
Not
a
so much with
report
100.
created from my device screenshots that I took from the original phone extraction.
So whereas the previous Exhibit 100 is from the Google warrant, this extraction is from, or this report is from the extraction of the device itself, correct?
Yes, these were taken after the phone extraction completed successfully, and then I manually navigated the phone.
And do these photographs in this report allow you to associate a specific date with the photographs that are depicted in that report?
Yes.
And what date is that based on your review of that report and your review of the extraction of the phone?
This one is showing Saturday, February 12th, 2022, and that will correlate with the images below that date.
So, Your Honor, what I would propose, frankly, is that the state withdraw 100 and instead admit 102, which I think more clearly allows us to associate a
The
date
state's like, I don't
with
care.
the particular photos.
The state's
and
like,
more
yeah, I don't
specifically
care.
the photo
Fine, you want
that's
this one?
depicted in
Fine. We'll
101
withdraw
that the state
100. Fuck
also
you.
wishes to submit.
Okay.
Fuck
So
you.
my understanding is the state is no longer offering 100.
Not 100. We would want 99. I think the dates on those searches is still accurate.
Congratulations,
Well, you have an
defense. You won.
opportunity to voir dire
100's
this
kept
witness if
out.
you'd like.
Good work.
She's not necessarily being recalled, which is a bit odd. She's already testified.
Right.
On the other hand, it might offer someone an idea that they want to call her at some point in rebuttal or in some other fashion. But when you voir dire the witness, I just want to indicate to you, you don't need to focus on 100 because they're not even offering it anymore. Okay?
Yes.
Very good.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Janowski, referring your attention to Exhibit 102.
So we can't tell them about the
Um,
Google subpoena that we got.
It's a
To show them
three-page
that it's on their cloud account.
extraction report, correct?
Oh, well.
It is, yes.
That's okay.
And,
We can prove it's on their
on
phone.
each of the pages, it says
with the dates.
created
So-
date, and that's 3/2 of
You know.
22. Is that fair?
Oh, well.
Yes, that would be when I captured the screenshots.
And these are just basically shots off the internet. Is that fair?
These are screenshots taken from the Google Photos application that was installed on the phone.
Okay. There's a date, at least on the first page, that says Saturday, February 12th, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then on the last page, it says Saturday, December 18th, but it doesn't have a year. Is that fair?
Yes.
So are these different pictures from different time periods?
So the date correlation would be, so the first one, Saturday, February 12th, 2022, you would start looking at everything underneath that belonging to that date and time. And I take screenshots in chronological order, and I always try to include the image above and below just to make sure there isn't any way to say that images were skipped or passed over. So you'd want to follow along chronologically, that any image that is after the one on page 1 that goes to page 2 which then goes to page 3, would all be under Saturday, February 12th, 2022. I'd have to see the screenshot below the December one to make a decision on that one, but from the ones I'm seeing, these would all be under the February 12th date.
But the last page, you would agree, it does say Saturday, December 18th, correct?
It does, yes.
Okay. And these are pictures where? In the Google
Is this
Photos of this
Saturday,
phone?
December
Or
18th?
where were these pictures found?
These were located in the Google Photos
that kind of
application.
narrows down what year
Photos
it is,
can be
to be
added
honest.
to that application in many ways. A lot of times, there's a regular gallery that's on a phone, and when you take pictures or you download pictures from the internet and save them to your gallery, they're later backed up and synced to the Google Photos application. So likely, these photos at some point were on the gallery of the phone, or they could be added by logging into this account on a computer and then adding them that way, but they still would be synced with this phone.
Is it possible that
Oh, Paul, I've never done a
these
murder
pictures
trial.
could have been downloaded and put
I'm
into
not a
the
criminal lawyer.
Google Photos app on all different dates?
Usually, the Google Photos application is going to take the same
You can't hear
date that
me?
that photo was captured.
Yeah, I can turn
So that
myself up
photo
somewhere.
was likely captured Saturday, February 12th, 2022.
Turn
It's
down
just
the
going to
volume of
grab
the
that
quarter a
date
little
from
bit
the
more.
gallery and bring it right in with Google Photos.
But you don't know 100%.
Turn down the volume of the cord a little bit more,
when
so I'm a
these
little bit-
photos were downloaded. Is that fair?
Bring it up a little bit more.
We would
I've
have
never
to
done- I've
click
never
on
done a
that
murder
photo and
case.
click information, and then it would give the exact date and time that photo was taken, or we could look in the original phone extraction under the regular images tab, which would be associated
I
with
did
the
a
phone's
misdemeanor
gallery.
once.
But as you sit here today, these photos in Exhibit 102, you don't know what.
But my experience is not
these
criminal
photos
law.
were downloaded and put into the.
The one misdemeanor trial I did
Google
was
app
enough to let me know that,
application, correct? Is
maybe
that fair?
criminal law wasn't
I would say the
necessarily for me.
pictures were
At least
taken
trial work wasn't
on
for me.
Saturday, February 12th, 2022, or saved at that date or time.
How do you know that?
Because that's how Google Photos associates dates and times with pictures and images.
Can you say that 100%?
Very certain, yes. In my experience when looking at this application,
Why am
it's been
I
very consistent.
haranguing this attorney? I'm
Do you have
not.
any trouble with the fact that this Exhibit 102
I'm just having
has
some fun. I
February
don't.
12th and December 18th, two
The
different
attorney's
dates?
doing his job.
No,
He
so that
won.
likely was the order that the other pictures
He's doing his job.
were
He's doing a good
placed
job.
onto the phone.
He doesn't have anything to
So
work with, but he's doing a fine
that-
job.
There could have been a time
I don't have any problem
lapse
with this
of
attorney.
when the
This
phone
attorney's
wasn't being
doing
used
fine.
or when photos weren't being taken.
That
or
doesn't
added
mean
to
that
the
what he's
Google
doing isn't
device.
ridiculous.
The phone usually has to be connected
Mostly
to
because his
Wi-Fi
spine
at
is
some point
ridiculous,
for this
but
backup and
he's
sync
doing
to
fine.
occur. So maybe the phone wasn't connecting to the internet at any point or the Wi-Fi for that to happen. I can't say for sure without looking at the phone.
And in your occupation as a forensic analyst, you see all kinds of searches.
I ran
People
out of
search
chili,
for
so I ordered
bizarre
more
things
chili
for shock value.
ingredients.
Is that fair?
I'm gonna
Just
object.
now.
I think this is beyond the scope of what we're trying to accomplish here this morning prior to the jury being present.
I'll withdraw it.
Right.
Nothing further.
Any other questions from the state?
Not for the witness, no.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank
can
you.
sit down.
Okay, guys. Well, they won their motion to keep out Exhibit 100. Congratulations. So you won't be able to testify about how you found it in their Google Cloud accounts. Oh well.
Anything else? You wanna-
Just to clarify, I think what I would ask to do, Your Honor, is recall Ms. Luberta when we come forward. I have very brief questions for her regarding these issues. I don't intend to go into depth regarding these photos. I think we simply want to put in the fact that the searches were made and the photos exist. I would ask to briefly recall Analyst Danelski after Ms. Luberta, just to clarify the technical aspects of it, if Attorney Freilich has those specific questions, because she's going to be in a better position to answer those questions.
Okay. Any objection to that, Mr. Freeman?
Your Honor, I'm going to object because these witnesses have already been called, and now they're going to be called again.
Well,
I guess if he doesn't cross on those points, I'm not concerned, but if he starts crossing on points that raise the technical issues, then I want to be able to recall her to answer those questions.
well,
for the
we'll see
jury.
where the testimony leads, and then I'll.
Yeah, I mean, if you can't recall them, I can bring them up in rebuttal,
So.
right? So if you don't want me to
just
bring them up
to,
now,
run
right?
through
Because
again,
if you're going to cross
have
them
the
on them,
opportunity now to look at
I can bring it up in rebuttal
the
testimony. So what works for you? Do you want me to recall them in my case in chief to clarify that now, or do you want me to recall him after you rest? What's better for you?
Yesterday, I addressed some of the issues. I've had a chance
Okay.
overnight to frankly review the elements of the offense that the state has to prove, just in thinking through this issue. And one of those elements, of course, regarding homicide is an intent element.
Yes.
Element number 2 on the homicide. And then if you look at the jury instruction, it explains to the jury.
Oh no, the photos are coming in.
Can look
The
at.
photos are coming in.
Certainly indicates that the jury.
They
cannot
just won't be able to
versus
testify that they got him from the
intent to
Google
kill
Cloud
must be
account.
found if found at all.
That's okay. They got him from the
Action,
phone.
Words and statements, if any, and from all the facts and circumstances in this case bearing upon intent.
You know. Yeah.
The second count, the mutilating a corpse, that has an intent element with it. But in reviewing what's being offered, particularly Exhibit 99 and then 100, I've indicated that items 1 through 9, I don't believe are, I'm not going to allow those to be referenced. If this were to go to the jury, I would want those redacted, because I don't think those types of references are such that they're probative.
Yes, this is confirmation from yesterday. Nothing dealing with Satanism or
hand, the items
burning pentagrams or
5 relate to Jeffrey
you know.
Dahmer. And, the circumstances of the events of Jeffrey Dahmer's homicides are frankly conventional wisdom, not just in Wisconsin, although particularly here, but other places. And people are familiar
I have
with
heard
the
of him.
nature of what occurred in that case. The events, now having listened to some of the events, particularly from the coroner, about the events of this case, there's similarities.
Yep.
And while the court has to be cognizant of issues relating to prior bad acts, that's not what this relates to.
No, it's not prior bad acts. There's nothing illegal about looking up information about Jeffrey Dahmer. It's not a prior bad act.
10 through 35, and all of those relate to Jeffrey Dahmer.
So, yeah, that's fine.
Relevance, essentially, relevant evidence means evidence having a tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less
Yeah, he's just
probable.
going into more of the legal formalities about why the evidence is being offered despite the defense's objection.
Intent element, the state referenced that. I also
It's going to the
referenced
intent.
concept of motive, and while the state doesn't have to
Going to the intent to
evidence
kill.
often comes in.
Yep,
I'm
that works.
satisfied for those reasons that this report is relevant to the extent that I haven't redacted it. 101, I'm also satisfied that my findings yesterday, as well as the additional findings I made today, remain the same. I'm going to allow that to be.
It's probative. It goes to intent. It goes to absence of mistake. It goes to
I think the status
rebuttal of the
case
defense
is
of
such that
insanity.
we would bring the jury out and have.
It's not substantially more prejudicial than probative. It's probative as to the things. Yep, I'm good with all that stuff.
Mr. Saunders,
No.
Mr. Freilich.
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Then we'll bring the jury in.
She is so completely toast. She is so toast. Get out some butter, people. She's toast. Yeah. Between that and her confessions and things. Yeah. Yeah. Missed your business. You're going to prison, ma'am. I hope you like prison. You're going to be spending some quality time there.
Okay, be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a pleasant evening. We are ready for day 3 of the trial. I think the last witness that was on the stand, Ms. Liberta, if you could step forward, please. We'll get underway where we left off. And we're going to put you under oath again here in front of the jury.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God. Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Jenna Luberta, Luber, D's and David, A's and Adam.
Okay, Mr. Lizay.
Ms. Liberta, I believe yesterday we discontinued when you were discussing your analysis of Ms. Schabusiness's phone and then a subsequent Google warrant obtaining the data from the phone. Can you explain the 2 different searches that you did on the phone and then on the Google warrant?
Sure. The first search I did of the phone, the cell phone device itself, was done on March 2nd, and that was just the contents of the phone. And then in discussing it with computer forensic analyst Danowski, she suggested that an additional warrant could be done for further information regarding the email addresses, the Gmail addresses that were connected to the phone, and that would have been a whole separate warrant and a separate search.
And when you were reviewing the phone itself, the extraction of the phone itself on March 2nd of 2022, did you note any searches related to Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
Was there one? Was there more than one? How many?
24 total searches, such things like Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court all sexy.
And did you subsequently look for that same type of information when you reviewed the warrant return from Google?
Yes.
And did you find essentially corroborating or similar information when you reviewed the Google search warrant data?
Yes, they were similar.
And Your Honor, is Exhibit 99 available? And Ms. Luberta, what is Exhibit 99?
This is a Celebrate extraction report from the Google warrant return.
And what is contained in that exhibit?
Searched items.
And I would draw your attention specifically to items 10 through 35 on that. Are they numbered? Is that correct?
Yes.
And items 10 through 35, generally what is contained within those numbered items?
The searches that I had referenced earlier, Jeffrey Dahmer, Jeff Boyardee, Jeffrey Dahmer's butt, Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court.
What in the butt? I said what
Dahmer walking
in the
all
butt?
sexy in court.
And is that an extraction report consistent with reports you?
I have to tell you,
generated in
I'm
the
not
past,
sure
or
that
what
I've
you've seen
ever
generated in the
heard
past using this
The
Celebrate
phrase Jeffrey
software?
Dahmer's
Yes.
butt before this case.
Your Honor, then I
That
would
one
move
is
for the
new.
admission of exhibit.
So maybe I'm not running in the right circles. I don't know.
So there
But
were
this
objections.
is a new concept. It had never occurred to me to learn more about Jeffrey Dahmer's butt. That
There were objections, but the court overruled.
that's a little bit different.
Then, Ms. Luberta, did you also, on March 2nd of 2022, when you were looking at the device extraction, did you do a search of photos on the defendant's phone?
I did a search of the device screenshots.
And what are the device screenshots?
So the device screenshots are screenshots taken by analyst Danowski of the photos contained in the Google Drive of the device.
And are those photos that she manually took herself based on the photos that were on the Google Drive of the phone?
Yes.
And did you review those screenshots?
Yes, I did.
And did you likewise see any photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
Was there one, more than one?
Yes, there was more than one. Approximately 10, 12, maybe more.
And did those have a date associated with them?
Yes, they did.
What were those dates or date?
The date that I remember is February 12th, 2022.
And are those consistent with the dates of the searches that are referenced earlier in the Exhibit 99.
Yes.
Is Exhibit 102 available for the witness? Ms. Luberta, what is Exhibit 102?
This is a Celebrate extraction report.
Okay, I guess now I'm obligated to search for Jeffrey Dahmer's butt. I guess that's what I'm doing
This
in
is
my
a
morning
report
now.
From the device itself, is that correct?
Correct.
And does 102 depict the photographs of
okay.
Dahmer that we had just discussed?
Yes.
Does it also contain photographs of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes.
What is she doing in the photographs? that are depicted
Not really
in that
seeing any images about
She's
that.
got
What was the other one? Jeffrey
a
Dahmer
cell
walking
phone
into court looking
next
all
to her head.
sexy.
There's a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the screen of the cell phone, and she's taking a selfie with it and smiling like they're taking a selfie together.
And what is the date of that photograph?
That was February 12th, 2022.
And is,
Yeah.
Exhibit 101
He's definitely not my type, I have to say.
Ms. Luberta, what is depicted in Exhibit 101?
The photograph I just described.
Your Honor, I would move for admission of 101 and 102, and I would ask for permission to publish 101.
Same objections as before, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to receive 101, 102, and you can publish to the jury.
Your Honor, I think one of the jurors has his hand raised. Then, Ms. Luberta, is the screen now depicting Exhibit 101?
Yes.
And that's the photograph from Ms. Schabusiness's Google Photos from February 12th of 2022.
Correct.
Thank you. I have no further questions of the witness.
Okay, cross-examination, Mr. Freilich.
Ms. Luberta, you had talked to Taylor Schabusiness, correct? Did you talk to her?
No.
You found out that Detective Graf had spoken to her, correct?
Correct.
And did you find that? Did you find out that Ms. Schabusiness said that she was only able to
I'm
utilize
going to
her?
object, Your Honor. He's asking for hearsay information. He's not allowed to admit statements of the defendant through a witness. Only the state can elicit those things. And this witness also did not speak with Ms. Schabusiness herself.
I'll withdraw that, Your Honor.
Hearsay upon hearsay is more the problem,
Did you
actually.
find that a large portion of the data from this cell phone from Ms. Schabusiness was stored on the cloud?
No.
Did you put that in your report?
I don't recall.
This picture, when you were working as a police officer, you would see various images and photos on all kinds of people's phones, correct?
Correct.
People search and look at odd, bizarre things, correct?
Correct.
And based on your training and experience, people look at things for shock value sometimes. Is that fair?
I don't know if I can answer that question. Maybe.
She
This
wouldn't know in her
photograph,
training experience why.
In exhibit
She just knows it happens.
102 is basically a close-up picture.
So that
of
isn't
Ms.
really a
Schabusiness
fair
with-
question.
With a phone right by her, correct?
Correct.
You don't see any knives, you don't see any weapons, you don't see anything, correct?
Well, you see a picture of Jeffrey Dahmer on the phone.
But besides that, you don't see anything else, correct?
Correct.
And can you say that this photo was actually
And besides for the photo of Jeffrey Dahmer, you don't see any
Saturday,
guys
February
with
12th of
the
2022?
Yes.
These, did you see those other photographs of Jeffrey Dahmer and the other exhibits?
Yes.
Do you know when those photos were either downloaded or sent to the cloud?
I do not.
Okay, I have nothing further.
Redirect?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
Judge, the next witness would be a statutory crime victim, just for the media.
Okay. I just indicate to the media, and they're acknowledging that the victim will not be shown on live stream.
The state
And
calls,
and I just want to clarify, the other media needs to be notified too. It's not just live streaming. Any other method of showing them anywhere is prohibited. Go ahead.
thank you. The state calls Michael Thyrion.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God? Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Michael B. Therian.
Please don't show the witness.
Yours,
Thank you.
Mr. Saunders.
Mr. Thyrion, how old are you?
60.
And do you live in the Green Bay area?
Yes, I do.
Did you have a son named Shad?
Yes.
And is he now passed?
Yes.
How old was Shad when he passed?
24, 25.
Okay. Mike, I want to ask you about Monday, February 21st of 2022. Do you remember the day I'm talking about?
Yes.
On that date, was Shad at your residence?
Yes, he was.
Was that a residence that is in Green Bay?
Yes.
And at some point, did Shad get picked up by his mother?
I believe somebody came and picked him up.
Okay. And then I guess he left your home?
Yes.
Later in the evening, did Shad return?
Yes.
Was anyone with him?
Taylor.
And do you know who Taylor is?
Yes.
How do you know Taylor?
She's been at my place on half a dozen occasions.
And I guess what was Taylor's relationship with Shad, to your knowledge?
They were friends from middle school and high school.
So there have been previous time. I'm sorry.
That was my understanding. They were friends from.
And you mentioned there were previous times she was at your home,
Yes.
and you've had the occasion to speak with her.
Yes.
About what time of night did Shad and Taylor get to your home?
9 o'clock, 9 p.m. or so.
Was anyone else with them?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
AJ?
So the three of them arrived. Did you see how they arrived to your home?
No, I didn't.
How long were they there?
Short time, and then they left.
Short time. Are you able to approximate how long?
15 minutes, and then they left, and Shad and just Taylor came back.
All right. So they came back for a little bit of time,
Yes.
and then did they leave again at some point?
Yes. And they said they were going over to Terrace.
So when was that second time that Taylor and Shad came back?
It wasn't long after they left. I'm going to say within 45 minutes.
During that second time that Taylor came to your home on February 21st, did you also have the chance to interact with her during that time period?
Small talk.
What was the nature of that small talk?
They were just they were looking for something. They were on some mission. I don't know. I was preoccupied with other things, and I don't even really remember what the small talk. Just asking.
Okay. Did you have the chance to kind of see Taylor's demeanor and how she was acting?
Yes.
Could you describe what you observed?
Nothing out of the ordinary. Just the way she was. She wasn't real speakative. Didn't talk a lot, but she was polite and respectful and always kind.
Was that sort of consistent with the prior occasions that you had contact with her?
Yes.
And then after they left, I guess that second time, did you see Shad again after that point?
No, I did not.
Thank you, Mike. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination, Mr. Fairley.
Mr. Thyrion, you live in Green Bay, correct?
Yes.
And your son, Shad Thyrion, was living with you in February of 2022?
Yes.
He stayed primarily with you, but sometimes he would go over to his mother's house on Stony Brook Lane. Is that fair?
That's correct.
Your son knew Taylor Schabusiness. They were friends, correct?
Yes.
They went to middle school together.
Yes.
They went to high school together at Bayport.
Yes.
On this particular date, Monday, February 21st of 2022, your son was at home
Yes.
initially, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, someone came to pick him up, correct?
Yes.
Do you know what time that was, sir? Like morning, afternoon?
I don't. I thought he left with Taylor and AJ.
Okay. And so they all three of them they left together?
Yes.
And then, how long were they gone before they came back to your house?
Wasn't long. Half hour, 45 minutes, something like that.
Okay.
I don't know. It wasn't long at all. I don't really recall. It's been a while.
Okay, that's fair.
They did come back. Just Taylor and Shad.
Okay. When they came back, did they get something to eat? Did they watch TV? Do you remember?
No, they said they were going back. They said they were going by Tara's house.
Okay. And do you know what time they left your house to go over there?
I want to say 10:30. Maybe not even that. I don't. I'm not sure.
Are you talking AM or PM?
PM.
And then at some point, is it your testimony that they came back again?
Yeah, that's when they left again. You know, they left at they were there at 9, and then they left for a little while, and then they came back, and then they left over to Tara's, and it was just her and Shad and Taylor.
Okay. When you saw Taylor Schabusiness on either occasion, did you talk with her about anything?
Just small talk.
Did she appear to be acting odd or bizarre?
No.
How about Shad?
No.
You said they were on a mission. Do you know, what do you mean by that?
I don't know. They just seemed like they were talking about, you know, going somewhere or doing something, and I'm not really sure what was going on. I was preoccupied, and you know, and then they left shortly. You know.
Okay, nothing further. Thank you.
Any read-
Insightful.
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, thank you. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Detective Kemp.
Okay, you just step up right over here, detective, and turn and face her. She'll place you under oath.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
Kevin Kemp, Kevin, Kempf as in Frank.
Okay, Mr. Saunders, the witness is yours.
Can you tell us how you're employed?
I'm employed by the City of Green Bay as a member of the Green Bay Police Department.
And do you have a current assignment with the Green Bay Police Department?
I am currently assigned detectives,
How long have you been employed in law enforcement?
just over 27 years.
And how long have you been assigned specifically to the detective division?
Currently since 2017.
Detective, I want to ask you about February 23rd of 2022. Did you become involved in a investigation of the death of Shad Thyrion?
Yes.
And I guess generally, what was your involvement in the case?
My involvement in the case was to assist Detective Graf in an interview.
And who did you interview?
We would have interviewed Taylor Schabusiness.
And for the record, do you see the person you know to be Taylor Schabusiness in court today?
Yes, I do.
Could you point out where that person's sitting and what they're wearing?
She would be sitting to your left. She's wearing a black suit coat with a multicolored shirt.
I'd ask the record reflect the witness identify the defendant.
It will so reflect.
Prior to the interview of Ms. Schabusiness, did you have the occasion to view her physical appearance?
Yes, I did.
Did you note any potential cuts or injuries to her?
Yes, I noted a cut to her left thumb and some superficial cuts to her hands.
And is that something that you subsequently documented in some way?
Yes, when I took photos of her, I also made sure I documented the cuts on her hands.
Been marked as exhibits 103 through 106. I'll ask if you recognize those exhibits.
Yes.
And what do you believe those to be?
These would be photographs that I took of Ms. Schabusiness's hands.
And those appear to depict Ms. Schabusiness's hands as you observed them in the interview room on February 23rd?
Yes.
And when, on February 23rd, would this contact have occurred? When did you begin the interview?
I believe I took the photos at approximately 6 a.m., and I think the interview started at about 6:30 a.m.
All right, so this was before the interview?
Yes.
All right. I'd move 103 through 107.
Any objection?
No.
103
Six.
through 107 will be relayed.
Sorry, Judge, 106.
106.
And then I'd ask permission to publish as well.
Any objection, Mr. Freilich?
No.
You can publish 103 to 106.
Okay, and then it'll be in front of you, but also behind you, whatever's easiest here. So are we observing photograph 103 at this point?
Yes, you are.
Okay, and what does this depict?
This would be her left hand. There was a superficial cut in the palm below the thumb, and then you can see the cut on the thumb partially from a side view.
And then exhibit 104, is that what we're looking at now?
Yes, it would be. That would be her right hand and a superficial cut in the palm of her hand.
Okay. And then 105.
This would be the cut on her thumb, her left hand thumb.
And then 106.
106 is kind of a superficial cut on the index finger of the left hand.
Okay. And then at some point during the interview, was Ms. Schabusiness transported for medical care with respect to the thumb?
Yes, when she requested medical care, she was transported to the hospital. Before that, she declined.
Okay. And did you accompany her during that visit?
Yes, I did.
And I guess was there an attempt to have maybe the injury stitched up in some way?
Yes, we brought her up to get stitches or get medical treatment, whatever they felt was necessary.
And was that done ultimately?
She did receive medical treatment, but they did not give stitches due to the time.
What do you mean by that?
Apparently it is, if it's outside the 8 or 12 hour frame, the stitches can't be put in, it doesn't work.
Okay. And you had contact with Ms. Schabusiness about 6 a.m., you said?
Yes, so that's about when I started taking the photos.
When you, I guess, first encountered Ms. Schabusiness and were taking those photographs, what kind of clothing was she wearing?
At that point, she had like a black spaghetti strap top, I believe, on, and some black leggings, more tighter spandex, I guess.
And were her clothing items subsequently collected by law enforcement?
Yes, they did an initial collection of the outside clothing, and then I also had those items of clothing collected from her.
Okay. And I guess was a female officer involved in collecting the inner clothing items?
Yeah, when the clothing is collected, she's actually removed from the interview room to a room where it's not recorded, and a member of the same sex would be with them when the items are collected.
And was that done in this case?
Yes.
And then the clothing items that were, I guess, collected from Ms. Schabusiness, were those subsequently entered into evidence?
Yes, they would have been entered into evidence.
And that include the sweatpants or leggings or pants material that you talked about?
Yes.
After those photographs of Ms. Schabusiness, did you participate in the interview of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes, I did.
And which other officer was with you?
Detective Graf.
During the course of the interview, did both of you sort of interject at some points and ask questions?
Yes.
Okay. Have you had the chance to review that February 23rd interview of Ms. Schabusiness?
Yes, I have.
Okay. And that appeared to be fairly and accurately and consistent with your interview, as you recall it, of the defendant?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I have nothing further.
Cross-examination.
Thank you. Morning, Detective Kemp.
Morning.
So on February 23rd of 2022, you were contacted by the lieutenant at about 4:13 a.m. to come and assist. Is that true?
Yes, that'd be approximate time.
Were you told to go over to 829 Stony Brook Lane?
No, I was requested to come to the station, that we were all going to meet at the station at that point.
And from the station, then you went to the house?
No, when I initially arrived at the station, I was asked to assist in interviews.
Okay. Did you go to the home at all on that particular day?
It would have been later that day that I would have went to the home.
You went to the home after the interview was taken?
Yes.
Tell me, when you got to the station, kind of like what occurred. What were the events that happened until you got into the interview room?
Basically, as I'm coming in, I called one of the supervisors to try to get a quick briefing, try to get some more additional information. When we arrive at the station, they give us a briefing of what is known at that time, and then job assignments are given out by our supervisors, and they ask us to do what needs to get done, and they start formulating a plan on how to go about the scene.
And what was your job assignment?
My job assignment was to assist in interviews.
Was it to assist Detective Graf?
With Taylor Schabusiness, yes.
Okay. So when you got to the Green Bay Police Department or the station, was she there already?
She came in, I believe, about 5:30. She was brought into the interview room.
AM?
Yes.
Okay. And was there some things that had to be done before you started talking to her? Like taking pictures and things like that?
I believe Patrol did snap some initial photographs, and like I indicated, I believe they took initially her outer clothing items.
Okay. And then she was put into a suit?
That would have been after I took my photos. I took additional photos.
Okay.
And then she was, when we collected the inner clothing, because we were taking all of her clothing, she was placed into some type of clothing that we had, which was basically a Tyvek suit at that time.
Okay. It was early in the morning. Did Taylor Schabusiness appear to be tired?
She appeared to be no more tired than I was. I mean, she was able to talk, able to speak to me, understand.
How about her eyes? Did they appear to be odd, like where she was having difficulty seeing?
I wouldn't say that she had a hard time seeing. It didn't seem like that.
Did she have any slurred speech?
Not that I noticed.
When she was talking, was she making sense?
Yes, she was able to hold a conversation and answer questions and seemed to be coherent about what was being said and asked.
Was she calm?
Was she calm?
Yes.
Yes.
So then at some point,
All right, guys, I'm hungry.
Detective Graf,
I'm going to make some
some
breakfast.
swabs, correct?
So you guys talk amongst
Yes, we would have
yourselves.
swabbed her hands shortly after the
I'll be
photos
back
were
in a
taken,
couple
because there
minutes.
was
I'm going to make some
discoloration
bacon and
on her
eggs.
hands that
So
appeared
take
as
a couple
it could be
minutes.
blood, so we decided to swab the hands.
And
Talk amongst
Mr. Saunders
yourselves.
asked you about those exhibits 103 through 106. Ms. Schabusiness did have cuts on her hands, palms, and thumbs, correct?
Yes.
And the substance that was on her hands, you don't know where that came from, if it came from the cuts or something else, correct?
I do not know, no.
And then, so then you and Detective Graf proceeded with your interview of Ms. Schabusiness, is that fair?
Yes.
Then at some point, you took a break, correct?
There were several breaks taken during the interview.
But then there was a break where you where you had her go to St. Vincent's Hospital in Green Bay for some medical treatment of these cuts, correct?
Yes, I believe that was around 9:30 a.m. approximately. It was about 3 hours after the interview started, give or take a little bit.
So 3 hours later, approximately?
Yes, is when she asked for medical attention.
Did you accompany her to the hospital, or how did that work?
Yes, we had a MARC squad transport her up there. I rode up with her in the MARC squad, was in the room, or just outside the room at points, because I had to step out when they were changing her. And then when she was transported back, she was placed back in that MARC squad, and I rode back in that MARC squad with her.
Was Detective Graf with you when you went over to the St. Vincent's Hospital?
No,
You took her by yourself?
no, it would have been myself and another officer.
Okay. What time did you arrive back at the Green Bay Police Department?
I believe it was about an hour or 70 minutes later, off the top of my head.
Okay. Maybe around 10:30 or so?
10:30, 10:40.
And then you proceeded with further interview?
There was additional interview done.
Okay, I have nothing further. Thank you.
Redirect?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Detective. You can step down. State's next witness.
State calls Detective Graf.
Step forward. Clerk will swear you.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in the matter now before the court, so help you God.
I do.
Please have a seat and state your name for the record.
David Graf, Graf.
Okay, then the witness is yours, Mr. Lezay.
Detective Graf, how are you employed?
I'm a detective with the Green Bay Police Department.
And how long have you worked with the Green Bay Police Department?
I've been with Green Bay for 27 years.
Do you have law enforcement experience prior to the Green Bay Police Department?
I do. I have 30 years of total law enforcement experience.
And what is your current role with the Green Bay Police Department?
I'm an investigator detective in the investigative division.
And how long have you been a detective with the Green Bay Police Department?
17 years.
And what were some of your other job duties with the Green Bay Police Department prior to working with the detective division?
I was a patrol officer for approximately 14 years. As part of my 17 years in the investigative division, I was also a narcotics investigator with the Brown County Task Force for 2 years. And since then, coming back in 2010, I've been a detective.
Were you working as a detective with the Green Bay Police Department on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes,
Were you called in to investigate a suspected homicide of Shad Thyrion?
correct.
And what was your role in that investigation at the outset?
My initial roles was I arrived at the police department and received a briefing of what was going on, and I was informed that some family members of Mr. Thyrion were at the police department, and I was asked to interview Tara Pakinich.
And did you conduct that interview?
I did.
What was the purpose of having that interview?
Get some basic information as to observations that she had made when she had last had contact with her son, who was on the residence, and basic information.
And once you completed your discussion with Tara, then what did you do?
I was then informed that Taylor Schabusiness was now present at the police department. I was asked to interview her.
And that interview, was that on the morning of February 23rd of 2022?
Correct.
Is that an interview that was conducted in a recorded interview room at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes, it was.
Did the recording devices work? Is everything operating well?
They did.
Subsequently, have you had an opportunity to review the recorded interview of Taylor Schabusiness that occurred at the police department on February 23rd of 2022?
I have.
And do you believe that the recording of that interview accurately reflects your conversation with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
It does.
And who was present during the interview with you?
Detective Kemp.
Was Ms. Schabusiness Mirandized prior to the substantive portions of the interview?
Yes.
Prior to moving into substantive questions with Ms. Schabusiness, did you make any physical observations of her?
Yes, I observed that she was wearing a tank top and some sweatpants that had dark red substances on her, on the clothing that I was told by patrol that they thought could be human blood, as well as some minor staining on her hands.
And what did you do prior to interviewing her with respect to the clothing items and the staining on the hands?
I had the clothing items collected by a female officer, Officer Whitman, with the Green Bay Police Department, and I also took what we call buckle standard from Ms. Schabusiness using a buckle standard kit, and then I also took swabs of both her left hand and her right hand.
Could you describe the process that you used in collecting the buccal swab?
Yes, we have a kit that we use that contains 2 sterile swabs and some packaging material. So the kit is open. The swabs are used on one swab on one side of the cheek, one swab on the other side of the inside of the cheek, because that's where the buccal cells are located. Then the swabs are both placed into the packaging, labeled and sealed.
And is that something that you have done routinely in the past through your work as a detective at the Green Bay Police Department?
Yes.
Did you follow your training and the department protocols with respect to the collection of that buccal swab?
Yes.
And can you describe for the jury what you did in terms of swabbing Ms. Schabusiness's hands?
Yes, I used, again, sterile swabs, and basically 2 swabs. One, I would put some distilled water onto the swab the hand, and then the second swab would be a dry swab, and then I would swab the hand. Place those both into packaging, seal them, and then I would do the same for the second hand.
When you say you swab the hand, what portions of the hand are you swabbing?
I swab the entire portion, the palm, the top of the hand, and such.
And with respect to the buccal swab and the swabs of the hands, what did you do with those after you had completed them and packaged them and signed them?
They were placed into the evidence department at the Green Bay Police Department.
Is that something you yourself did?
Yes.
And did you maintain custody and control those items until they were placed in evidence?
I did.
We'll return to the specifics of the interview in a moment, but I want to move on. After you interviewed Ms. Schabusiness, well, about how long was the interview with Ms. Schabusiness on that date?
Well, it was over a period of time. There were several breaks. Let's see, maybe over a period of time of 6 hours or so.
And after you conducted your interview with Ms. Schabusiness, what did you do?
At one point, I did go to the scene briefly and just provided some information at the scene. I believe I also talked again with Ms. Pakinich because I had some follow-up questions that came up during that interview with Taylor Schabusiness concerning if Ms. Pakinich had in fact came down into the into the basement during a time period that Shad and Taylor would have been down there.
And I should also ask, while you're interviewing Ms. Schabusiness, are you remaining in communication with other investigators that are working on the case?
Yes.
And after the interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you continue to stay in contact with other investigators about different aspects of the case?
Yes.
Subsequent to the February 23rd interview with Ms. Schabusiness, did you meet with her again for a second interview?
Yes.
And when did that take place?
February 28th, I believe.
And where was that interview?
That was also at the Green Bay Police Department in an interview room there.
Is that an interview that was also recorded?
Yes.
Was Ms. Schabusiness read her Miranda rights prior to that interview as well?
Yes.
And did she agree to speak with you on the 28th?
She did.
And who was present with you for that interview?
Detective Phil Scanlon.
Have you since had the opportunity to review the audio-video recording of the February 28th interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
I have.
Does that recording accurately set forth what you recall from the interview itself?
Yes.
Is the quality of the audio the same in that one as it is in the 23rd?
No, it's not. The quality of the audio in the second interview was a little less than it was a little harder to hear.
Is there a reason for that?
The microphone in that particular room was not as sensitive as at other rooms.
And again, we'll get into the specifics of that interview, but I want to move into subsequent aspects of the investigation prior to doing that. At some point in time after the interview, did you assist in this investigation in other ways?
Yes.
What was the next thing that you recall doing after meeting with Ms. Schabusiness on the 28th?
Several things that I did was, one of the things that I did was I reviewed the evidence that was taken throughout the course of the investigation and chose several items that I wanted to send to the Wisconsin State Crime Lab for further analysis.
Is that generally how the process works with your department and the State Crime Lab? Is it the detectives select the items that will be sent to the State Crime Lab?
Yes.
And when you're deciding to send items to the State Crime Lab, are you aware of submission guidelines that the Crime Lab has?
I am.
What generally are the submission guidelines with respect to serious crimes such as this?
In these types of crimes, they ask that the first submission of evidence be limited to 10 items.
And did you send 10 items to the lab in this instance?
I did.
And when you were trying to select which items to send to the lab, what considerations did you have?
I took several considerations. There was quite a bit of evidence taken in this case. However, I was aware that there was at least 2 different scenes where evidence was collected, one being on Stony Brook Lane, the other being at Eastman Avenue, in which I had been information that Taylor and Shad had been at both residences. Also, I was aware that several knives had been found in the basement on Stony Brook Lane that were covered in what appeared to be human matter. And my concern was that was Shad's blood and tissue, so I wanted to confirm that. So I took the one knife that I chose was the bread knife, so to speak, that she had used mainly to dismember the body, according to Ms. Schabusiness, and that had been found in, I believe, the Jimmy Choo bag in the basement. So I chose that knife as particular for testing. There were several other knives located in the same areas, but I just decided to take the one knife. I also decided to send swabs that I'd taken from her hands to see if that was, in fact, DNA from Shad on her hands and or his blood. I also chose the swabbing from what was a rare substance in the apartment and the bedroom of Taylor Schabusiness' apartment A, to determine what that substance was, if it was blood, and also determine if it in fact did belong to Taylor or Shad, so he could be linked again to that particular residence.
And then, do you recall the other items that you sent to the lab in this case?
The other items that I had sent also was the swab, the oral swab that was taken from Shad from the autopsy, and I had the penile swab that was taken during autopsy from Shad, and I also asked one of my forensic evidence techs to swab the dildo, and so I had the dildo swab, and I sent that also to determine again if any of their individuals whose DNA was on any of those items.
And how about any of the clothing items that were taken from his Schabusiness? Did you send those to the lab?
Yes, I believe the sweatpants were specifically sent in.
And did you also send the known control buckle sample from Taylor to the lab?
Yes.
In addition to making the decisions regarding what evidence would be sent to the lab, did you participate in any search warrants in this case?
I did. 4 separate cell phones had been located during the course of the investigation, 2, I believe, at the Stony Brook in the basement, and 2 in the bedroom on Eastman Avenue. So I wrote a search warrant requesting that all 4 cell phones' data be extracted.
And did you have opportunity to review the extraction from any of the cell phone devices that were seized and searched with a search warrant?
I did.
Specifically, there's been some discussion already about Ms. Schabusiness's primary phone. Did you have an opportunity to review the Cellbrite extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's device?
Yes.
And is that something that you have done regularly in the course of your duties as an investigator with the Green Bay Police Department?
I have.
You're familiar with the Cellbrite program, how it works, and how to navigate it?
Yes.
In particular, when you were searching Ms. Schabusiness's device, what types of information were you interested in?
What was the type of data that was being accessed or used, or photos that were taken during the time period up until the date of the homicide? And you could do what they call a timeline report, and basically we'll put in chronological order every single time the phone is accessed or a photo is taken or there's a phone call, there's a text message. So I looked at that timeline into the days preceding the homicide. And it also records anytime a phone will connect to a Wi-Fi network. It can specifically say what Wi-Fi network that phone had accessed. And I found that to be interesting in this case.
And what was important about that Wi-Fi access? We'll touch on that first. What's your purpose in knowing where the Wi-Fi connectivity exists here?
It helps put a location as to where exactly that phone was during a specific period of time.
Now, when you say Wi-Fi connectivity, can you explain a little bit for the jury about how that process works, where the device connects to the Wi-Fi?
Well, everybody has a Wi-Fi. I should say mostly everybody has Wi-Fi at home, and everybody has a router, and that router has a specific title to it. You know, it could be a self-made name, or it could be a name that is provided by the manufacturer. And so then, you know, when you look at your phone and you want to connect to somebody's Wi-Fi, you ask them, what's your Wi-Fi name? And they'll say it's, Graf family, whatever, and then you were able to connect to that. And so in looking at that, I was able to determine that over the course of several days, there was 2 specific Wi-Fi routers that phone had been accessing.
During the course of the investigation, were you able to obtain the name of the Wi-Fi router for the Eastman Avenue address where Ms. Schabusiness resided with Mr. Tomes?
Yes, I had personal contact with the owner of the occupants, Mr. Tomes, and he informed me that he had used AT&T as his service provider and provided me with the Wi-Fi name.
And similarly, were you able to get the Wi-Fi name for the Stony Brook residence as well?
Yes, I talked to Ms. Pekanich, and again, I was informed that the Spectrum was their internet service provider and provided me with their name also.
And then were you able to look at the extraction from Ms. Schabusiness's device and create a timeline for when that particular device was utilizing the respective Wi-Fi networks that you discussed?
That is correct.
Thank you very much for the gift membership, Mountain Princess. That's very, very kind of you. Thank you.
This is an extraction report that I completed from the data found in Taylor Schabusiness's cell phone.
And what specifically is addressed in that particular extraction report?
In this particular one, it is a timeline in terms of network usages, in terms of what Wi-Fi the phone was accessing, and it provides dates and times.
And using that report, are you able to then determine at what times the device is utilizing which of the routers?
Yes.
And what is the significance, or what did you glean from that report then with respect to the dates and times?
Well, I know that on February 22nd, 2022, starting at 12 a.m., it was utilizing the Wi-Fi from the Eastman Avenue address. And there's several entries over the course of time from midnight all the way up until
Kevin's basically been cleared of all charges in the UK. It's pretty cool.
Router of
It's pretty cool.
ATT5.
Thanks for sharing that, Ruby Red.
9D Edward, which I had confirmed was the same name of the router from Mr. Thalm's apartment on Eastman Avenue.
At some point in time in the early morning hours of February 22nd of 22, does the phone connect then to a different Wi-Fi router?
Yes. Starting at approximately 6 a.m. on February 22nd, 2022, all the way through 10 a.m. or so. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Yes, well, 10 a.m. approximately.
Eggs and rice for
It
breakfast.
was the My Spectrum Wi-Fi, which then again I had confirmed that was the Wi-Fi router at the Stone and Brook Lane address.
Now, did those, in order to have the phone connect to the particular Wi-Fi device, does that mean that the user necessarily has to be utilizing the device to do something specific?
I don't believe so, no.
There are certain programs that simply run in the background that are searching for, trying to connect to the Wi-Fi?
Yes.
And that doesn't necessarily give you a specific time frame, but does give you general time frames for where Ms. Schabusiness might have been at, Ms. Schabusiness's device might have been at certain points in time.
Yeah, that would say that is accurate. It's not specific, but it does give you general timelines, yes.
I think you mentioned earlier you were also looking for photographs in the timeline right around the time of the homicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Were you able to note any photographs that were relevant to your investigation in this timeline?
Yeah, I noticed that on February 22nd, 2022, approximately 12:56, 12:57 a.m.
Need to get
several
some good calories in my body because I really want to go to the
Shad
gym
Thyrion.
today.
And those photos were present
The
on
egg and bacon
Ms.
is a good way to
Schabusiness's
go
device,
started, you
correct?
know?
That is
No
correct.
Very
carbohydrate,
specific date and
with
time
good
stamps.
fuel in my body.
Yes.
I want to know how much of the confession we're actually going to watch. Because you said it went on for like 6 hours. Are we going to watch 6 hours of Schabusiness confession? I hope they've trimmed it down to the highlights. 6 donuts and 4 cups of coffee, I don't really think counts as nutritious, but okay. I did notice she's wearing the same shirt, yeah.
Your Honor, I'll object to.
I'm not sure what that's all about.
109. They're similar, but some of the photos on one of the exhibits are more like thumbnail, and then the other one is the larger one. But we already have pictures of the alleged victim, so I would argue duplicity.
Okay, let me see the photos.
And then I'm going to be making more chili today. I'm pretty excited about that.
Your argument is duplicity.
Yes.
I ordered my ingredients. They should be here in about
I've taken a look at
2 hours.
109. They're different. Certainly there's thumbnails.
So I can have some nice chili later.
Which are smaller. Those photos, actually each one of them are different slightly. And there's some other data on 108. So I'm satisfied that I'm going to overrule the objection. And you can proceed.
And, what is Exhibit 108 again, Detective?
108 is another extraction report documenting 5 photos that I had found in Taylor Schabusiness' cell phone.
And what's depicted in those photographs?
All photographs are of the...
Hey, I'm being sniped by
Shad
Mindset.
Thyrion.
Well, hello, Legal
So you
Mindset
had-
people.
these are
Hope you're having a
photos
great
of
day
him.
over there
I'm
on
sorry?
Legal
These are photos
Mindset's
of him while
channel.
he's still alive,
A
correct?
friend
That's
of mine, a friend of the channel.
And,
Hope you're
109
enjoying this
depicts what?
stream. Enjoying the commentary.
109
Also
is
enjoying me
a,
eating
full
some eggs
photo
and
of
bacon.
one of those particular photographs described.
And again,
Legal
what is the
Mindset
date
is
and
good
time
people.
of
And
the
congratulations,
photographs
Andrew,
in
on
Exhibit
recently
108?
passing 100,000 subscribers. It was well overdue.
February 22nd,
And I really appreciated your hustle
2022,
recently,
one
in
at
particular,
12:56
to make sure that you
a.m.,
cross
another
that threshold.
12:56 and 57
You're showing us all how it's
a.m.,
done, man.
another at
Congratulations, sir.
12:57
It's well earned.
a.m., Another at 12:57 and 12 seconds a.m., and the 5th at 12:57 and 18 seconds a.m.
Have you, as part of your investigation in this case, had an opportunity to review photographs of the 2 residences, the Eastman residence and the residence on Stony Brook?
Yes.
Based on your review of those photographs and then the review of Exhibit 109, are you able to ascertain where that photograph was taken?
The photographs just described, the background is the same.
Do you like how
as
we're
the
just
bedroom
teeing all this
on
up
Eastman Avenue.
for eventually just
Is that also
showing the jury
consistent
all
with
the things?
timeline that you noted from
So this
the,
is going to be the
Wi-Fi
person
usage?
who's going to
Correct.
The
reveal
phone
all
would have
these
been
wonderful
utilizing that
photographs,
device around that time.
reveal all
Yes.
these wonderful confessions,
I would ask for permission to publish 109.
really drive in Taylor Schabusiness's
You can publish one on
mental state to show her interest and fascination in this kind of stuff, to show that she had the intent to apparently emulate Dahmer for some reason. That this isn't merely some sort of
screen now depicts
drug-induced
Exhibit
psychosis.
Yes, it
It
is.
actually goes to her personality. Okay.
Thank you.
Well, apparently he's the Riddler, I guess. I didn't know that, so that's interesting information. Thank you,
Detective,
Ellen
I now
Parker,
want
for
to
the gift
return
memberships
to,
as always.
to the
They're
interview
expensively appreciated.
Specific conversations about what Ms. Schabusiness told you on February 23rd of 2022. First of all, can you start by describing, what her general demeanor was when you met with her on the 23rd?
Well, characteristic as a calm demeanor, no outbursts, no.
I don't know if Andrew's people are still
mood
watching or not,
swings.
but
She
I've been doing
was,
exercising
quite
recently,
frank
going to the
and being
gym,
able to answer
trying to get my
questions
buff
and ask
on. I
questions.
went to the gym 13 times last month. and I've
was
been
your
trying to
ability
go
to
every other
communicate with
day,
her?
although my improv classes in the evening
Very
have been
good.
interfering with
She
that
was
recently
able to answer my questions.
because we're
and,
streaming all day.
with
So
no
anyways,
issues.
if you want to follow my fitness
You indicated that
journey,
you had previous work
From
as
fat
a
to
narcotics
fab.
investigator. Have you had an opportunity
Make
in
sure
the
to check
past
out my
to,
community tab.
meet with and interview suspects who are
We're
under
lifting,
the influence
bro.
of drugs?
Yes.
Did you note anything in Ms. Schabusiness's behavior, demeanor, or appearance that would have suggested that she was under the influence of narcotics at the time you were meeting with her on the 23rd?
I did not.
Can you describe, going into that interview,
The
how much
improv classes have
information
also been
you
helping.
had about the specific acts themselves?
because improv is a lot of riffing
Particular
off
time,
of
I had
what happens
very
in the
little
moment.
information.
So
What I knew
obviously a
was,
valuable skill set for a
that
streamer. I can riff off the chat,
Shad
riff off the
Thyrion
stream.
had been fallen in a bucket.
Use it as
in
my
the
scene
basement,
partner, basically.
And also just the information that I had from talking
So that's been
to
fun.
his mother about who was he last seen with and his last known whereabouts, according to her.
In terms of the specifics of what happened to Shad and where the rest of his body was, is that information that you knew prior to beginning the interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
No.
The information about Shad and what happened to him and where his body was, where did that information come from?
It's your business.
And to begin your interview, how did you begin asking her about the specific events?
I basically stated to her that with the information that I had, and the information that I had at that point in time was that Shad's head had been found in a bucket in the basement, and that she had at one point had been with Shad. So I just asked her if she could tell me what happened.
And was she able to describe to you what happened?
Yes.
What did she say with respect to how Shad was killed?
How Shad was killed?
Correct.
She said that Shad had produced a chain, like a dog collar, and put it around his neck. Initially, it sounded like it might have been some sort of foreplay, but it got to the point that she started to strangle Mr. Thyrion and just continued to do so.
The
according
foreplay
to
is
her,
not
for
safe
several
with this
minutes
woman,
until he
people.
passed away.
Did she, as it relates to the strangulation, did she make any statements about her observations of Shad as she was choking him with that chain?
Yes, she stated that his head turned purple. He started to, I believe, blood coming out of his mouth. His tongue was protruded, I believe.
If your woman is
Did you
spending a
ask her
lot
whether
of time
she chose to stop at that juncture?
I
Googling
did.
Jeffrey Dahmer,
And what was her response?
looking at Jeffrey Dahmer
She
memes,
stated that
looking
she
at
wanted to
Jeffrey
continue
Dahmer
to see
butt,
what happened.
Jeffrey Dahmer walking into court looking
And
all sexy.
Did you ask her whether or not
Maybe
Shad
you
had
should run.
struggled at
Maybe
all when
not
she
the
was
woman for
choking him?
you.
She said that he did.
And what was her response to that?
My understanding is that Shad had been laying on the bed, prone, face down, and she was on top of him. And so she
Also,
was
I don't
able
know if
to
it's the meth or what, but man, she is
choke
a
and
very
control
hard
his body,
25
so to
right
speak,
now.
that even though he was struggling, she was able to still maintain control.
Did you ask her
And
about
she reminds
how
me, I don't
she
know what it
felt
is about her
what she
look,
had
but she
done?
reminds me like of a Manson cult follower or
And,
something. Maybe it's the
what were her
hippie thing with the
responses?
hair and it's just being kind of
Objection,
unstraightened
relevance,
and
yes, relevance,
everything. But if you told me that she was part of the Manson cult and
certainly
participated in the
relevant as to
Manson
her
murders,
intent.
I'd believe you.
Her response was that she liked it.
Had she also at some point expressed some remorse or that she didn't necessarily want this to happen?
Initially, that was some of her comments, was that, it hadn't intended, but once she started to strangle Shad, that she found that she did enjoy it, and so she kept on strangling him.
Had she expressed anything to you about her use of drugs at the time of the offense or immediately prior to the time of the offense?
She said that approximately 2 days prior to the offense that she and Shad had been smoking methamphetamine.
2 days prior to the offense or 2 days prior to the interview?
I'm sorry, 2 days prior to the interview.
Oh, yep, smoking meth, 2 days prior
Did
to
she
the
mention
interview.
anything to you specifically about drugs or paraphernalia that might be found in the residence?
Yeah, she stated that there should be a pipe and some methamphetamine in the basement on a dresser or an entertainment center of some sort.
Did she express any knowledge about the location of the chain or chains that were used to strangle Shad?
Yeah, she stated that there was two
I remember
chains.
3 6
One would
Mafia
be,
when they talked
the
about
same,
smoking on the dro.
location
I don't know
area
if 3 6
as
Mafia has a
where the
song about
methamphetamine was
smoking on
used,
the
another
meth
would be in
and its
another cable
effects.
in the basement.
But yeah,
And now, I think I asked this earlier, but you're in communication with the investigators who are on scene during the course of this interview, is that correct?
Correct.
And the information that Ms. Schabusiness is providing you about where things are located and what they might see in the basement, is that being confirmed by investigators on scene?
It is.
And the information that she's providing you, is that accurate with what they're observing?
Yes.
After the strangulation itself, what did Ms. Schabusiness tell you that she did with Shad?
Well, initially, we were aware of Shad's head being in a bucket, but we were not aware of where the rest of his body had been located. So there were several questions pertaining to where his body was located. And Ms. Schabusiness' response to that, it was still in the basement. Then she later
where
went
the
on to
body?
explain
It's
that
a good
she,
question.
in fact, had
Do you remember where
dismembered
you left the body, ma'am?
Shad's body.
Do you
and
remember
placed
where
the
you left
various
it?
body parts into several bags and or a tote down in the basement.
Was she able to describe in detail
Do
the
the-
things that she did to
Can the
dismember
body
Shad?
language expert
Yes.
testify about
And again, are you
the
matching
body
that back up
language
with
of
information from
a
investigators at the
separated
scene?
body?
Correct.
Is that something they do?
Is she able to
Do the
actually
body language
describe
experts?
the
Well, I looked at
types
the
of
thigh
bags or types
in
of
the crock
containers
pot.
where she's placing
And what
body
the
parts?
what the
Yes.
thigh in the crock
And again,
pot
is that
tells me
consistent with what
is that this
investigators
person
are
is being
later finding on the
deceptive.
scene?
Yes.
Did she talk to you about how she dismembered or what she used to dismember Shad's body?
Yes, she stated that she used knives that she obtained from the kitchen of the residence.
Was she able to describe to you where those knives would be located in the basement?
Yes, she described that the knives would be in the same package or the bags that the body parts were also located.
And again, is that consistent with what investigators were finding on scene?
Yes.
In addition to the dismemberment, did Ms. Schabusiness discuss with you anything else that she did with Shad's body after
Oh,
she
tell me
killed him?
more.
Yes, she did.
And what was that?
She described how she had sexual contact with the body in terms of
So she told you about the
playing with
playtime
his
she had
penis.
with the body.
Also, she described that she had a dildo that she placed into Shad's mouth.
Did she have playtime
into
with
his
detachable penis?
And that she also
I remember a song
cuddled
about that
the
too.
Did she discuss performing oral sex on Shad?
That's correct.
Did she indicate about how long she had cuddled or played with Shad's body?
She indicated that, it was, I don't exactly recall how long of a period of time, but there was a period of time, I believe shortly before or
If
after.
you look at her
the
face,
start
man,
of
she is,
dismemberment.
from time to time, man, she is looking at this in
Did
a way
she
that,
talk to you at all about
this is right,
trying to
CY,
clean
you're
up the
exactly
scene
right.
or,
She looks at this
what she was doing
and she
with
has a little
the
smile
blood
of remembrance,
during the course of
a
the
little smile
dismemberment?
of enjoyment.
Yes, I've been made
She-
aware
she's
that
not-
there was not a
she's not
significant
disgusted
portion
by
of
this.
blood
She's-
found in the basement.
she's looking at it fondly.
That would have been consistent with dismemberment. So I asked her about that, and her response was that she mainly used like the bucket and or the blue tote to capture a lot of the blood, and eventually to dispose of some of that into the shower in the basement. She also did talk about the dismemberment and the removal of body parts.
I also want to
and the
give a
fact
shout
that
out to my
she-
other
there
Law
should
2
still
members out
be,
there streaming this trial. Of
portion
course, Legal
of
Vice is out there
Shad's
streaming it.
lower limbs, like
Mindset
legs
streaming this,
and,
Ricada
the
streaming
van
this.
that she had been
we're all
operated, so
trying
she
to
described
make
how
sure that
she,
we're bringing this
did
wonderful joy
remove,
to you.
at least
And it
a
has
couple
turned
of
out to
his
be more
body
joy than
parts,
I initially
during
anticipated
the
and
course of
expected.
dismemberment. And when I
So
say
make sure to
moving
give
out
my
of
fellow
the
law keepers
residence
some love
itself.
out there.
And did she specifically give you a reason for why she ultimately left the residence on that day?
She told me that she had heard lots of walking around upstairs, and she also heard that she had thought she had heard some shots being fired in the area. In this call, there's some concern, and she just decided that she had needed to leave at that point.
Did she discuss with you what her intention was with respect to Shad's head?
What was the intention with the head?
One of the first things that
Which
she did
one, by
say
the way?
was
Which
that
head?
she did like the head, and that it was her intent to take the head as well as the genitalia that was in a bucket with her. That's why she specifically placed those items in the bucket.
So the bucket
But she
is a
did
to-go
mention that
box
she had,
from her restaurant?
Left the bucket
Little
by the
doggy bag?
stairs.
In bucket form?
And I don't know if she intentionally wanted to do that, but there was.
This is
talk
for
that
later.
It was her intent to take the head and the genitalia with her also.
At some point in time, do you discuss with Ms. Schabusiness a specific timeline for the events leading up to that evening?
Yes.
And what does she tell you about the timeline of her whereabouts leading up to this event?
2 days before the 21st, that Monday, is when she was at.
Did she have
the
space
apartment
cleared
on
out in her
Eastman
freezer
Avenue
for the
with,
head and
her friend
genitalia?
AJ.
Did she have a
They
spot
decided
marked
to go
for it?
pick up
Maybe with
Shad,
some masking
which they,
tape that she
did
wrote
do.
some Sharpie on?
They were turned
Chad
back
had-
to the apartment.
You know, if she's going to go
At one
full
point, they
Dahmer
also,
and make sure, does she make sure that
did
she
visit,
labels and dates
Shad's
everything
father,
so she knows how
Michael
long
Thyrion,
the
and
things have been in
and then
there?
also again
You know,
returned
that's good. That's good
to,
food safety. Make
the
sure
apartment
to
at Eastman Avenue,
date
where
and
they
label
stayed there for a while. At
your
one point,
items in your freezer.
AJ left, and then Shad and Taylor then returned to Shad's mother's residence on Stony Brook Lane.
And the information that she's providing you with respect to the timeline, is that information that also was consistent with the other aspects of your investigation?
Correct.
Had she mentioned to you while you're discussing the timeline?
Or maybe she does
use
a
of
Wendy's thing.
Narcotics or controlled substances?
It's fresh,
While they
never
were in
frozen.
the apartment on Eastman
So maybe she
Avenue,
keeps her freezer at like
they
34
did
degrees.
Use
And, you know,
her
so
and
that
Shad's
the food is
methamphetamine.
always,
And she also indicated
you know,
that
so you don't get
Shad
that,
and
that
AJ
ice
smoked
crystallization.
marijuana.
Because, you know, that doesn't really
Had
make
she
it
talked to you about
premium
what
food.
vehicle she was using to travel around to these locations?
Yes, the entire time she was using her roommate, Mr. Dahm's gold Chrysler minivan.
Did you ask her whether
Chrysler really
Mr. Thompson
enjoying
given her
all this
permission to
product
use the
placement
vehicle?
right now. The
I don't
Chrysler
know if I
Town and
asked her
Country,
specifically
really
that
good
question, no.
for moving a family.
But it was on
Or
the
pieces
question
of them.
that she was using it at the time of the interview. I was not sure. I later found out that Mr. Thomas claimed that she has used it in the past, but not necessarily was supposed to use it that night.
Did she tell you any information about whether Mr. Tomes was involved in this crime at all?
He was just at the apartment the entire time, sitting in a chair basically, and according to her, he wasn't even aware of
If you
what
chop
they were
up the
doing
bodies, I bet it will
behind
even
him or
carry even more
whatever.
people. Like, I think the Town and Country will normally take 7 adults. But if you chop them up into pieces, you know,
When
you probably
were
do.
speaking with Ms. Schabusiness,
double or
did you
triple
ask
that.
her about whether or not anyone else had come down into the basement at any point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say?
That's when she stated that she believed that Shad's mother had come down.
An entire baseball team.
And did she discuss actually having
With
any
backups.
interaction with Shad's mother at that time?
She said that she did not, and I asked Taylor if she thought that the mother had seen her, and she stated that she did not believe. So asked her what she did, and Taylor just stated basically that she kept quiet and was off in the like the finished part of the basement.
So
Greg,
I
that's a
want to
good
draw
joke.
your
There's
attention
more
then to
footroom
the
for
second
everyone.
interview with Ms.
I appreciate that.
Schabusiness,
That's a good
that
joke.
occurred on February 28th, is
Good
that
work.
right?
Correct.
+1.
And that was also a recorded interview?
Yes, it was.
And you advised her of her Miranda rights prior to that interview?
I did.
And she waived those rights and agreed to answer questions?
Yes, she did.
Did you make observations?
Yes,
of her
officer, I would
demeanor
love to
generally on
answer
that
your
day?
questions. That sounds like a great
Classified as
thing.
being
Thank
the
you for
same,
informing me
phone,
about my right to
was
remain
able
silent, but
to,
you know what?
answer
I'd really
questions,
like to talk to you.
appropriately.
Tell you about the things.
No alert signs of any disruptions or mood swings.
And was she able to understand your questions? And
You know,
answer them
guys,
appropriately?
not that I
Yes,
need to
calls
point
for
out the
speculation.
obvious, but once again, when the police tell you you have a right to remain silent, you probably should do that.
Argument for leading.
Just remember the mantra,
Argument
I
for
want
leading,
to remain
alternative
silent.
argument, Your Honor.
I want a lawyer. Don't overcomplicate it.
Go ahead, ask another question.
Thank you.
Don't just say, I want a lawyer.
And what was
I
generally
want
the
to remain
purpose of
silent.
conducting the
Just
second
that.
interview with Ms. Schabusiness?
Repeat as necessary.
Conduct some
Practice
follow-up
together.
questions concerning that we
I
had
want to remain
that,
silent.
came up during the course of
I want a
the
lawyer.
investigation concerning
Namaste.
like, her disposition of the body, what her intentions of what they're doing with the body, and her cleaning up after herself.
And what did she say with respect to the purpose of dismemberment and then the cleanup?
According to Ms. Business, the purpose was that she realized she needed to remove the body from the residence so that she wouldn't be caught, and Shad was more that she could carry just in terms of being a whole body. So the dismemberment and putting them into bags was to facilitate with her being able to remove the body from the residence.
And did you discuss with her the attempts to clean up the residence as well?
Yes, and Detective Scanlon had been an integral part of the search of the residence itself, so he asked her several questions about cleaning up because he had observed some, markings or on the
Now remember, guys,
cement down area.
the
under-
best
that had been
cleaning
underneath the
agent
bed,
for DNA
as well as there was a squeegee
is
and
color
the,
safe bleach, which is what
shower down in the
OxyClean is.
basement in some
It
items.
does
such
the
as
best
Clorox.
job of destroying DNA. So the
wipes,
best
and
thing
So he asked her about that. and she
OxyClean
stated that, yes, she
for
did
your cleaning
use,
needs.
the cleaning materials such as the Clorox wipes and the spray.
See, Clorox
to,
is the wrong way to
clean
go.
up,
No, you don't
some of
want to
the areas
use
of
regular bleach. The
in
color
basement
safe
as
bleach.
well as
OxyClean is the way to
using
go. It's
squeegee
better.
to clean up the shower area, and subsequently placed these wipes in the same bags that the body parts was found, which again is consistent with what.
Do these people not watch any crime shows? I mean, come on.
And Detective, I think I asked you these questions already, but if you had an opportunity subsequent to the interviews to review.
Thank you, Jennifer,
the
for the
recorded
20 gifted
interview from
memberships.
both the
Just a friendly reminder to
23rd
all
and the
those people
28th of February.
that we do
Correct.
have the
And you do
most
believe that
inexpensive
the
membership
recordings
in the
were
business.
accurate
It's
and consistent
literally
with your
99
recollection of
cents
the
a month.
interviews?
It's literally the
They are.
least YouTube will let me
Your
charge
Honor,
you.
at this point, I intend to
So it
show
will be accessible to
significant
everyone. So
portions
please
of
hit that
the first
join button
interview and
for a
the
mere 99 cents.
Smaller
YouTube
portion of the
can
second
support an
interview, but
uncivil.
it's about an hour and 10 minutes in length for the
And
first
help
interview
him
and about 4 minutes
do
for the
things
second.
like
So I think
improv
now would be a good time
classes.
to take a break.
and
Ladies and
acting
gentlemen, we started a
classes
little bit
and
late, but,
have gym memberships and
nonetheless, we're gonna
eat,
be watching a video,
since this is
so
his full-time
what
job.
we'll do is take a
So
break
if you would help to
until,
support me by hitting that
10:20,
beautiful,
so
beautiful
about
join button.
15 minutes
Also,
after
of course, we do take PayPal
with that,
and
we'll
Venmo
rush
if you don't want to give YouTube 30%. So you can Venmo me. You can support me in those ways. That'll be fine. PayPal. Stripe. We take Stripe. The only thing we don't take right now is Cash App, and it's like, I really don't need another app in my life. If one of those options don't work for you, you know?
Anything to bring up before we break, Mr. Saunders?
No.
Mr. Fairley?
No.
I'm assuming there's been, you referenced it earlier, a stipulation as to what pieces of this video you're going to show.
The state's understanding, the specific times were provided, a copy of the excise video was provided to the defense.
Your Honor, that's correct. We talked about this issue, so
Okay, very good. We'll take a break until 10:20.
thank you.
All right, so we're taking a little 10-minute break right now. That's cool. All right, so thank you all for being here. I'm really enjoying you being here, and I hope you're enjoying being here as well. And thank you to everyone who is participating. For all 358 of you who are currently watching this thing, just a friendly reminder to hit the like button and stuff like that. And, as you guys continue to support me with greater and greater numbers, we can contemplate doing things, for example, such as potentially attending an eventual Trump trial would be nice. And if we're going to do that, if we're going to go down to Miami, which, presumably, this is going to incur some significant expense. The hotels alone, right, it's going to be thousands and thousands of dollars, to be able to go down there. And, especially if I'm going to have a venue anywhere near the courthouse, which I'm probably going to need because of, just like if I'm going to try to attend this thing in person, it would be really helpful to have a hotel right near the courthouse to reduce commute time, and also because I'm probably going to have to wait in line and all the rest of it. So when you guys support the channel financially, it allows us to contemplate doing more things. So all that good stuff. So we need to be able to ramp up our support so that we can do that. Brunch is good. We're having some nice bacon right now. They moved the trial to Fort Pierce. Well, that will help a little bit with the funding. That will help a little bit, presumably. Yeah, there will have to be some sidewalk sleeping, but, I'm going to have to change and shower and all the rest of it. And presumably a hotel near the courthouse will be more beneficial. Yeah, so it would be really nice to have a hotel that's right next to the courthouse. Because, I probably will have to sleep on the sidewalk too, but I'd like to, be able to get to and from the courthouse as best as I can to change and shower and all the rest of it. Find an Airbnb. Airbnbs are not as good a deal as they used to be, at least in my experience. And I find it more trouble than it's worth in a lot of degrees. But that's enough talking about that for now. Hope you all are doing great. Welcome and good morning to Uncivil Law, my friends. Once again, thank you to Legal Mindset for that nice little stream sniping earlier. Appreciated that. And appreciate everyone who's here. Appreciate everyone who is an uncivilian. Appreciate the 350 of you who are here and making this a possibility for me. You can write it off, but writing it off doesn't make it disappear. Writing it off just means I don't have to pay tax on it. So it becomes a little bit cheaper because I can use effectively pre-tax money. So it becomes a little bit cheaper effectively, but it doesn't make it disappear. So yes, I can write it off as a business expense, but I still have to have the money to support it, even as a business expense. Right? Writing it off doesn't make it free. Writing it off just means effectively I don't pay tax on it, which, is nice and all, but still so it might make it, and my tax bracket isn't the highest tax bracket right now. So it might make it 15% cheaper to be able to write it off. So I still have to pay 85% effectively. Can I give us a recap of the morning so far? Sure. So we had some stuff with the issue about the records, and the state agreed to withdraw exhibit number 100, which was the Google search information, which tied the records to her Google account. But, it's okay. We got it straight from her phone. So the state's like, we don't care anymore. So they fought about it for a while, and then the judge was having problems with it, and the state's like, whatever, which is fine. So the defense won their motion to exclude exhibit 100. Prosecution's all over here like, well, we've got 99, 101, and 102. So, okay, you can have 100 if it makes you feel better, right? Yeah. And we, yeah. So that's whatever. And then we had the information from the father who testified to Schabusiness being there. And then we heard from this guy who's telling about Wi-Fi, various Wi-Fi routers that the device hit and all the rest of it. So all that good stuff. Yeah, we got 99 exhibits, but your Google search history ain't one. Hit me. Did I hear about Hunter Biden's lawyer impersonating another lawyer? No, I missed that memo. That's sad. We do try to bring you good quality content over here on Uncivil Law. We do try to bring you a good quality product as best as we can. Taylor did a selfie with a picture of Dahmer and Long Crime just tweeted it. Okay, we should bring up that photo for sure. Hold on while we're waiting. That's cool. Hold on. Let me find that photo. Are we still calling it tweets? I'm in good spirits today. You know, not every day is a good day. It's nice when you wake up and you're in a good spirits today. And you know, at least for a person dealing with depression, I can't ever really point to why. It'd be nice if you could point to why. It'd be nice if, like, I were able to say, oh, it's this reason that I feel good today. But at least in my experience, I've not been able to find a rhyme or reason for it. You know, I haven't been able to find a rhyme or reason for why some days are better than other days when it comes to depression. I haven't been able to find a causal thing. It's like, oh, by doing this, you know, I haven't been able to find that. So I just take the good days when they exist and I'm happy for them. I'm having trouble finding this tweet that you guys are mentioning from Law and Crime. Law and Crime tweeted it, did they? I don't see it on Law and Crime's feed. Let me just check my feed in general, see if it pops up. Let me just try searching Schabusiness. Let's see. I'm having trouble finding this tweet, guys. Let's see. Yeah, I'm having trouble finding it. Anyone have a link to it? Let's try latest. Oh, was that Dahmer? No. Hold on. I can't find it. I can't find it. Oh, well. We'll look another time. Laurie Vallow Daybell sentencing Monday. She's going to jail forever. So, you know, life plus life plus life plus life plus life plus life. Yeah. And just because I'm in good spirits right now, in no way guarantees that I'll continue to be in good spirits for the rest of the stream. Some days, like, depression comes and goes, man. Depression sucks. Was she did little finger guns? No, Taylor Schabusiness did some finger guns at the judge for some reason. That's exciting. Yeah, so she shot some finger guns at the judge, but that's not what we're looking for. Yeah, that's not what we're looking for. Oh, well. Oh, well. All right, getting ready to start again. Bacon.
Judge, the state is about to play what has been marked as Exhibit 110. On Exhibit 110, there are a number of files. The files are both the individual clips from the videos, but then also one continuous video. The state intends to play the continuous video. I think there's about a 2-second break of a black screen in between the respective clips that are going to be played. For the record, the actual name of the file is February 23 interview hyphen trial, and then there will be another clip played for the second interview, and that file name is February 28th interview hyphen trial. So those are the specific files from Exhibit 110 that will be played for the jury at this point.
Very good.
Okay.
I hate this fucking outfit. Never in my life. I'd rather be fucking pink than not.
She's not a fan of the yellow. He doesn't like looking like a banana.
Clean the fuck up. What are you doing?
So if you don't understand anything, please let me know. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to consult with a lawyer before questioning, to have a lawyer present with you during questioning, and if you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one who will appointed to represent you at public expense before or during any questioning if you do wish. And if you decide to answer questions now without a lawyer present, you have the right to stop the questioning and remain silent any time you wish, including during questioning. Do you understand each of these rights?
Yeah.
Yes. Realizing that you have these rights, are you now willing to answer questions or make a statement?
Yes.
All right. Well, a few hours ago, police were dispatched to an address on Stony Brook, the parents' house of Shad Thyrion. Do you know Shad? I know how to name Shad.
He's my ex.
He's your ex-boyfriend?
Yeah.
Well, they found a kind of disturbing stuff at the house there.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of blood. Basically Shad's head.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, it's pretty fucked up.
Wow, she seems really
And
upset by
then,
this
so
information.
we know you were
My
there
God, she
one month
says.
Yeah.
with Shad.
Yeah.
But we also know you left. Now that van, is that your van?
No, that's my neighbor's.
Your neighbor's van?
Oh, the guy I was staying at?
Okay. So this, where did you go? Which place where did the police get you? Was that on Eastman? Is that correct?
Yeah.
Is that where you live?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm staying there right now.
Okay, is that your apartment?
No,
No. Whose apartment is it?
that man.
And who is that man?
Scott Thomas.
Scott?
Thomas.
Okay. So, that's his van?
Yes.
Okay. And so, did you leave from Shad's house and go to Scott's house sometime today?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, they found part of Shad at his house, his mom's house. Found his head. Where's the rest of his body?
It's there, inside his house.
It is in the house?
It's inside his house.
Okay. Can you tell me what happened?
It's a good question because I blacked out during that time. But, I need time to, think.
No problem. Take your time, have some water. Do you think the body is still there?
Let's see why not. Unless it's just up and move, which it could have, you know.
Where do you think the body would be?
I was right there by the bed.
By the bed, you think?
Yeah, I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were what?
I was cuddling it by the bed.
You were cuddling the body with it? Oh, okay.
Was it just you and Shad down in the basement?
Yeah.
Was anybody else down there at any point in time? When do you think you went to Shad's house?
Shit. What was it, like 2 days ago?
Okay. Did you stay there the whole time?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. You start to remember now what happened with Shad?
Mm-hmm.
A little bit, or you remember some thought?
Shit. Oh, I don't know, there's this, there was this chain thing, right? And then, yeah, like I was playing around with it.
Okay.
And like we were smoking the bitch, right?
Okay.
And then, I'm terrible at explaining things, so, let's see here. And then, here comes the chain, right? And then he put it around his neck. Well, we were like playing around and shit, and then I don't know, I was tugging on it, and then I don't know.
You say you were smoking a bitch, what would that be?
Ice.
Ice?
Okay.
Have you taken any other drugs tonight?
No, this is still from 2 days ago. I know my eyes are fucking crazy.
Were you smoking the ice?
Yeah.
And how, on a pipe or someplace else?
The one that's on the counter, or on the table. I left the baggie there.
Did?
I did.
Where?
Green baggie, and there should be right on
Well, where exactly? Eastman or Story?
at Shad's.
At Shad's. Okay. And you say, where was this place? Where would it be? In the basement or on the first floor or second floor?
Basement.
In the basement. And it was ice in a, I mean, it was basically a window bag, type of little small plastic bag.
Crushed up.
Crushed up. And just you and Jack. And so there was a chain. What kind of chain?
It's the one that's on the same place as where the bitch and movie on.
And where would that be again, please?
I think it's on a dresser.
On a dresser?
Is it? Oh, is it on a dresser? I don't know.
I don't know either. I haven't been there. I mean, as best as you can remember. So you think that there could be a chain and the ice on a dresser down in the basement?
It's just weird. I got like a weird flashback from it.
But what happened?
Yeah, it's short. It was real short.
What did you see?
It's just I don't even know anymore. Like it was weird. I was riding him like a donkey, okay? And then like I think so. I think that's what was happening. I was pulling and then like I don't know.
Were you two being intimate, having sex?
It was getting there.
It was getting there. Okay. So would this be considered foreplay?
Yeah, it was. And then I don't know. And then I just didn't stop. I don't know why. I didn't stop.
You guys have done something like this in the past?
Not like that.
Do you use manual strangulation during sex at all? Is Shad like that?
A manual strangulation? Yes.
He likes strangulation?
I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, he does. Yeah.
And you do too, or just him?
Both of us.
So what would you, so when's the last time you guys had sex besides potentially sworn?
Mainly me, but like we didn't even get it. Like, I'm sorry, but we didn't even get it.
Okay, so you didn't, alright, but when's the last time you did do it?
I mean, I played with him after. But, I have no idea, like August.
And
Ain't too hard to beg, ain't no shame in this game. I'm gonna break it down and beg like Jane, please. 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 Let me ride that donkey. Let me ride that donkey. Let me ride that donkey. Let me ride that donkey.
Like, I just wanna, you just go, yeah, and we, go at it.
but does anybody like strangle the other person?
I like doing that a lot.
Alright, so you like being strangled, like having your airway Or do you like doing it to somebody else?
I like doing it to somebody else.
Does Shad like to be strangled during sex?
I have no idea. I think so.
Have you done it before
Yeah,
with him?
yeah, he does. He likes it.
Have you used what we call props in the past?
Yes.
What?
Well, like a dildo?
That or rope or chain or underwear or anything?
Yeah. I shoved a dildo in his ass and mouth.
In the past or just recently?
When he was there, when he was on the bed. Yeah.
So obviously you said you smoked some ice. Do you take any prescription medications?
No.
You have any mental health issues we should be aware of?
I don't know. I don't know yet. I think
Have you been diagnosed with anything officially? Because I know that Shad has some mental health issues. It's according to his mother. Since high school?
Yeah.
Where do you guys go to school together?
Basically.
Before? Okay. Did you graduate the same class or?
Yes. He didn't graduate.
You graduated? Alright. So then you guys were boyfriend, girlfriend at one point? For how long?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
2 years?
2 years.
And is this right after high school or
No, during high school.
during high school? And what year did you graduate?
16.
2016?
Yeah.
So you and Shad date after high school?
We seen each other.
Okay.
We definitely seen each other.
Seeing each other? But were you officially a couple, so to speak, or was it just, did you still have sex with him?
I did it once.
Just once?
Yeah.
After high school?
Yeah.
So when did you start seeing him again? Recently?
He's my buddy. He's my homie. So like, you know.
Alright, so you've always been friends?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, how did you get over to Shad's?
The minivan.
The minivan? When do you think you went there? You remember?
2 days ago.
2 days ago? Okay. Did you stay there all the time, or did you ever pick him up and go someplace, or then come back? Or?
Stay there.
My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. Wherever I go, he goes. My buddy, my buddy, my buddy, my buddy. I'll teach him everything that I know.
And then, you know, and then, yeah, ice, and then we came back.
Okay, so you showed up at his place. Then you and him left.
Yeah.
And you went and got some time.
Yeah. So then, we went, and I picked him up. We went and got some ice, and then after that, we went to back to Scott's. We smoked.
Okay.
Yeah, and then I did his hair. Did his haircut.
You did Shad's hair?
Yeah, I
Okay.
did him a little bit.
At Scott's?
Yeah, and then after that, I trimmed his face, you know,
Mm-hmm.
feeling good. We left, we went back to his mom.
Okay.
I was looking for some crack. I never got some crack.
Yeah, okay. So you went back there, it was just you and Shad to went back to his mom's? Or did Steve come?
Steve?
Or Scott?
Scott, yeah.
I'm gonna do that occasionally, and I apologize if I do get names sometimes, but.
Alright, yeah.
Did Scott then come with you?
Scott stayed at home the whole time at Eastman. That's his residence.
Okay. Alright, so you and Shad
He
went back
is
to
not
his-
involved at all.
Okay. So you and Shad went back to Shad's mom's house. How'd you get in? Did you see, was anybody home?
The door was unlocked. We went.
What time do you think this was? Was anybody home? Did you encounter anybody? I understand his mom lives there.
Tara?
Tara?
I don't know. Is that the mom's name?
Yes.
Damn, the head.
And then,
Yeah, I can't believe I left the head though.
where'd you do the body?
The body's there. Yeah. It's,
So were you gonna take the head somewhere?
I like that.
You liked it?
Well, you're gonna have fun trying to look for all the organs, but yeah, they're all dismembered.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you dismembered the body too?
Yeah.
And what did you do with the body parts?
Oh, they're in the house.
Somewhere?
They're like, yeah.
Basement, upstairs, downstairs?
Absolutely in the basement. I was gonna bring them with them. And then, I know I forgot the head. I wanted the head.
Did you bring anything with you?
Yeah, it's in the van.
What?
It's in the van. It's, what is it? A foot, maybe.
The what?
I think it's a foot.
A foot in the van?
A leg, maybe. I don't know. I'm like, I'm gonna bring it all, and then I'm like, man, this is messy, so then I just left it. I got lazy.
Okay.
I got lazy, and that's what I did, so I'm like,
You got lazy.
So there's gonna be maybe a foot or a leg in the van. And then,
yeah.
what did you do with the head?
I forgot that was in the van, so, yeah.
What did you do with the head?
The head, I put it in that bucket, that black bucket,
A black bucket?
with the blanket on top.
Okay.
Actually,
And then where'd you leave it?
leave the head? The head's still in the bucket. It's right by the stairs.
Upstairs? Okay. How did you dismember his body then?
Knives.
With what?
Knives.
Knives? Just more than one knife?
About 4.
Where'd you get those from?
Kitchen. So I couldn't find mine, and I wasn't sharp enough.
You weren't sharp?
No. It was alright. Bread knife works good.
Bread knife?
A bread knife works good, yeah.
Really?
I had to use what I used, so like, yeah. I got lazy last night, so
Where would these knives be now?
they're in with all the organs and all the body parts.
And where was that?
In the black bag. It's in the black bag
In the basement?
it's in the basement. They're all in the basement. I never left the basement. I just went up the stairs.
To get so all the body parts and knives will be in a black bag. What kind of bag?
Black zipper bag next to a pink and black Under Armour backpack. That Shad gave me. So I left it there.
Is it a big bag?
Medium.
What kind of stuff would you normally put in this bag?
Put anything in the bag.
Well, I mean, is it a trash bag or is it a garbage bag or is it, you know, any kind of bag?
Backpack.
No, the bag that has the body parts.
I have the backpack.
It's a backpack?
Backpack.
Is it a big one?
Yeah, the other one's like a little duffel, black duffel.
Okay. So you, at one point, did you bring these bags with you? Or were they already there?
I was gonna, but I got lazy and.
Right, you're gonna bring them with you when you left. But were the bags there when you used them? Or did you bring them with you with Shad? Or did you just find them there?
They were there, I found them there, and I emptied them out and put them in there, and I was gonna bring it, and I was like, fuck, I got paranoid, and I got lazy, and I never get paranoid, but this time it was just like, I think it was the dope. I think it was the dope.
So, did you want Shad to be dead?
No, it was out of random. Like, I wasn't expecting that, and it kind of threw me off guard. And it was in an open place, you know, that you went in the basement, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty open.
Well, I haven't done it, but is it?
Yeah, so like it was weird. It was really weird. And you open the door to the outside, and you go down the stairs, and it's right there. Like you can see everything. Like right as you go down the stairs.
And so, where did you get the chain?
I don't know. He pulled it out of his pocket.
He pulled it out.
He had two of them, one for me, one for him.
And can you describe them to me?
Chain link.
Chain link?
Chain link and silver.
Silver? Okay. And what size? Was it like a dog chain or a large lock type of chain? You know
They're
what I'm
like
saying?
this big. And then, you know, and then it has O-ring.
Mm-hmm. So silver chains.
Yes.
And he had two of them. And what'd you guys do with them?
We put them around their necks.
You did. Okay. And then what were you doing while they were around their necks?
I was strangling them.
You were strangling him.
I was having fun with them, and then,
Was their clothes on or off?
he had his shorts on.
He had shorts on. How about you?
I don't know. I didn't really care at the time. But,
Did he ever put the chain around you? Put the chain ever around your neck?
I put it around my neck.
Do you have any marks or anything?
You didn't get the chance to strangle me.
Yeah, just he didn't get a chance to strangle you?
No.
Was that, he was going to though? Or was that part of the?
Yeah, I thought that was the thing, and then like, I don't know, I just went a little crazy.
So when did you realize that Shad was not alive anymore?
You know, his face turned purple.
Okay.
He was coughing up blood, and he was pissing.
He was pissing himself. His face was all purple.
I still didn't stop. I don't know what was going on. I don't know what the blood, and then
So his blood was coming out of his
I kept on
mouth?
feeling his heartbeat. Hearing his heartbeat.
I'm sorry?
Hearing his heartbeat start.
Okay. Did you hear it stop?
No. Maybe. No.
Okay.
No.
So
I'm gonna try to do that.
did you figure he was dead then?
Yeah.
And what did you do?
Played with him a little bit.
Did you try to call his mom or dad or anybody else in the house? You tried to call an ambulance? Why not?
Happened before. So, yeah.
So do you want him? You want him to die or he did? I'm trying to understand.
I didn't want him to die, actually.
But he did.
He's my buddy, but like it happened.
Happen again. But then, did you feel a need to try to help him? Stop choking him or get an ambulance? You didn't feel a need to do that?
I don't know why, I just, it happened so fast.
So then after you realized he was no longer, he was dead, his face was purple, he said his blood was going out of his mouth, what'd you do?
Clean him up a little bit.
Okay.
And then, I just played with him like that.
Yeah, you said play with him, what do you mean?
Played with his dick.
Okay.
Like I put him up over the bed, and then, sucked with it.
Okay. And you had him on the bed? What kind of bed? Was it an actual bed or just a mattress or what? So then you had sex with him?
Yes. And I had a dildo. played with one too.
What'd you do with the dildo?
And I just cuddled on and hugged him.
What did you do with the dildo?
I put it in his mouth, put it in his ass.
Okay.
Put it back. Put it back.
Where was this at? Where'd you put it back?
It's like on the wall next to the body, right? And then
Is it in a bag or on a shelf
it's
or?
in a wooden box.
Wooden box. Okay. And what color was the dildo? Peaches. So,
Pink.
you had sex with him. You said dildo on him. You said you cuddled for a while. And then what? And you cuddled him. Where were you? On the bed with him?
Yeah.
Okay. So you cuddled his body. And then what did you decide to do?
Oh. Because like before, like I felt for his heartbeat, but then I still felt his heartbeat, right?
You did?
I did.
You felt it?
Yeah, so I kept on pulling more and more and more, and I went back in. It's almost like he wouldn't die. And then he was like rebuilding in the muscle, man. I don't even know, it was crazy. And then, I don't know.
Just before you had sex with him?
That's why I was tripping.
While you're having sex with him?
We never had sex, but when we were getting there, I was just choking him.
I understand that. You said that she played with his penis
Yeah.
after he was dead.
Oh, yeah.
Was it erect?
It was half. It was half.
Yeah. Did you,
Even.
what did you do with his
after.
penis?
I cut it off.
Did you ever place it in your vagina or any of your body parts?
No, I just.
You didn't use it as a dildo or anything? Okay. So you're saying then you're like choking on the stuff, and was he struggling at all?
He has big neck muscles.
Okay.
He was good.
Were you trying to fight you? Sometimes people have a flight or fight, you know what I mean? The reaction that something happens, so they try to grab them.
Yeah, he did. And then.
He didn't, or
No, he did.
did you get hurt at all? I see, you had that cut on your thumb. How do you think you got that?
Oh, that was dismemberment.
That was just not.
That was a lot. Yeah, I got lazy in that process right now. So.
Did you, use any other devices besides knives? Just, those scratches on your arms and stuff, were they from him?
Oh, no. I was,
And how did you get them?
So, this one, I did by myself.
Oh,
This one, I probably did by myself. This one, I probably did by myself.
so they weren't
That one-
him trying to grab you or anything? Did he try to grab you at all with his hands? Yeah. So the blood on your hands, would that be Shad's blood?
Oh, probably, yeah. I'm telling you, I got super lazy tonight.
Okay.
I really don't know. I blame it being on drugs and then the come down that I'm coming down off of.
How many times do you think you've done this
I
before?
never do drugs. Like, I barely do drugs. I do drugs, but then like once in like a few like weeks. Not even like that. Like months go by and then I'll do drugs.
I see. And where did you dismember this? In the basement,
Because
right?
I was looking for Dahmer and, yeah.
You do anything particular with the head or the body? What did you do with the blood? What happened to all the blood?
It's still in there, still in the tote. I mean, with the pill.
The pill.
There's a shower in the basement. You go in the next side over and I just dumped it out into the drain. There's probably still blood there.
Where did you dump it? The bucket?
Yeah. Well, I drained his head. Well, like, after I covered his blood, I put it in the bucket, but then there's still blood in this bucket because it's coming out of the head. Should have took the brains out, but I didn't do that. And then
So you cleaned his head in the shower and then dumped the bucket?
I should have cleaned his head in the shower. I should have polished it up, but, yeah.
Okay.
I like that.
And what do you use to dismember that head again?
The knives.
The knives.
Yeah.
What are they? Well, you said one of the butter knives. What kind of knives were they then? Big knives or knives? Butcher knives?
They were the kitchen knives.
Butcher block?
There was two like little knives there. And then they were like probably 4 inches. And then the other ones, they were probably like 6-inch knives.
And where were they in the
One was
kitchen?
a steak knife, one was a bread knife.
When you say
wanted
bread
bigger
knife, is that
knives.
like a serrated edge on it, or is it a flat edge on the bread knife? You know what I mean by serrated?
It's great.
And where were these knives in the kitchen?
They're in, shit. They were right next to the oven.
Were they in like a knife holder thing, or in a drawer, or where?
They were in, like, you know what I'm talking about, on the,
Yeah, that's a holder that for the
yeah,
knives.
that's the one right there, like, it was in the,
By the oven.
by the oven, next to the back oven. Right in the oven. I really like that.
What can we agree?
That's how messed up my head was. Like, I was really messed up. Like, I don't know what was going on. I was just going crazy. And then, I don't know what was going on at all. Because this, I think it was the open area. I wasn't in a room by myself. There was no door. It's an open area.
Mm-hmm.
It was an open area. I didn't like it. It was different.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't like it at all.
Or was there anybody else there?
Maybe upstairs.
Upstairs? And how come why did you leave? Did anything cause you to leave the house?
I kept on hearing footsteps,
Okay.
gunshots. So,
And what else, I'm sorry?
gunshots.
Gunshots? Why did you think you heard those?
I had no idea.
Do you have a gun with you?
No, I did not.
Did you hear a gun in the house?
No, I think it was outside.
Okay.
Yeah, and then
You afraid someone was coming
it was
there?
weird. I'm never paranoid, but then out of nowhere, like I got
Not paranoid.
for a couple of seconds, and then we go away, and then like boom, we come back. It was weird. It was it was a weird night. Like,
Yeah, I would
I don't
imagine.
even know. Like, this one was weird. I didn't like the openness.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Too much room.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm sure I'm gonna ask some questions for you. I'll take a quick break. Maybe drink some water. And did you tell them what happened or not? You tell them what happened at Shad?
Yeah, he's got body parts in his hand, so he's gotta get that out.
Yeah.
I forgot about that. I've been off of it right now. I blame the fucking drugs. Honestly, so.
Just a minute.
Yeah.
Are you supposed to take any prescription medications?
Nope.
Okay. All right. I want to look into a couple other things, and we'll be with you. And if you need anything, you knock on the door. Okay.
How you doing?
Good, good, good.
Good, everything's okay? All right. How's it
It's great. I need stitches.
You're gonna need some
I'm
stitches.
gonna need stitches.
The thing is, I don't know how soon you need to get there before.
Usually you're good, they would say, I think it's stitches, you got 24 hours. Do you think you cut yourself over 24 hours ago?
Oh yeah, I just did it like 4 hours ago.
You did it 4 hours ago? All right.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, that's actually one of the things that we want to kind of do is we call it timeline, just to kind of get an idea of what you were doing since you first had contact with Shad. How did you call him up? Did he call you up, or did you just show up at his house, or how did you decide to go over to his place?
Hey. I said, hey, come over here. And then I went and got him. And
You called him, or he called you, or
yeah.
how? Do you have a phone?
No, it was actually from my friend AJ. Our friend AJ.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where were you?
That's Scott's.
Okay, was AJ there too?
Yeah.
So you're at Scott's, and your friend AJ was there?
Yeah.
What's AJ's, any other, his last name or first
Big
name?
Gannon.
Huh?
He's Gannon.
Gannon?
Big Gannon, yeah.
What do you spell that,
Gannon.
Would Scott know who he is?
Yeah.
Was Scott there?
He's referenced as Black AJ.
Is he a black guy?
He's a black guy.
Okay.
He's got Jew bros.
Was Scott there then when you and AJ were at the apartment on Eastman?
Yes.
Okay.
We walked over there.
So you called Shad using AJ's phone?
AJ
Okay.
talked to Shad.
AJ talked to Shad.
Yeah. And he's just like, hey man, come on, where is Scott? And then Shad was like, I might have gone a ride, but can you come get me? And so then I
Did you
went.
text him?
Yeah. So then he's like, wait, never mind, I'm gonna ride. So then we went and got him.
Okay. And then who went now?
We did. I took him in.
Did you go by yourself or somebody else?
I grabbed it. I took AJ and I put him in the seat. And then
So you and AJ went to Shad? To Shad?
yeah.
What time do you think this was? Okay. So you and AJ were at Scott's. And AJ contacted Shad by text message probably, saying come over, something like that. Were you and AJ using drugs at that time?
No, we were smoking the yield Mary Jane, but that was about it.
Just smoking marijuana? Okay. So then who went and picked up Shad?
We grabbed. I put AJ in the front seat and then we went over to Shad.
Okay. And so how did you get there?
Via van.
Did Scott know you were taking the van?
I said, hey Scott, I'm taking the van, I'm picking up Shad. And then he was just like, no! And then I'm like, okay, and I took it. Yeah.
Okay. So
Even though
he
they
didn't
said
want
no.
you to take it, but you took it
Yeah, I
anyway?
took it anyway.
Are we charging her with Grand Theft Auto?
Okay. And where did you go?
To Shad's house.
Guess not.
His dad's house? Mom's house? Where?
Mom's house.
Okay. Did you go inside the house at all?
I knocked on the door and said, hey Shad, come here. And then like, dimmer, and then like,
All right, so then Shad got into the van, and AJ was in the van, and you, and then where'd you go?
and then we went to, so me and AJ and Chad, we went to his dad's house, right?
Whose house?
We went to his dad's house.
Shad's dad?
Chad's dad, we went from his mom's to his dad's.
Okay.
Yeah, and then, I don't know. And then, from there, we went and picked up some dope.
So was anybody at Shad's dad's house? Was Shad's dad there?
Yeah, Chad's dad was there.
Okay. Did you talk to him or have contact with him?
So Michael B, yeah.
Okay. How long were you think you were at Shad's dad's house?
Like 10 minutes.
Okay. And where'd you go to store dope?
I don't know. Like, that's the thing. Like, I don't even know where it was. Like, I'm just like, put in the Addy. And he's like, oh, and then he went and got it. And then,
So who made arrangements to get that?
maybe Shad?
Shad
Shad?
did?
Yeah.
So, do you remember, was it a business, a house, or cars? You met somebody in a car? What did it happen?
No, he was just like, hey, you got any pretty girls inside? I'm like, hell no, I'm gonna knock his ass out. But he says that, right? And then, like, for me to go in and get the dope, I'm like, I'm not getting the dope. I'm like, Shad, go get the dope. So Shad went and got the dope, and then he came back with the dope.
Okay, and where was this, do you think?
This was, I don't know, I have no idea, I just.
Was it a house or apartment or?
You said put the Addy in, did somebody use their cell phone to find the house address?
Could have been.
Do you know who might have looked it up?
I have no idea.
Not sure.
AJ or Shad?
I have no idea.
But Shad is the one that went in to get the dope. How much did he buy?
Oh, that was all me, I gave him $100.
Okay, so you bought $100 worth of meth?
That's what I did.
All right, and is the three of you still in the van?
Yeah, when he got back in.
And where'd you guys go?
We went back to Scott.
All right, went back to Scott's. Who's all there then?
Scott, AJ, Shad, and me.
And what'd you guys do?
We smoked.
Smoke what?
The reefer.
Marijuana?
We smoked the reefer. I didn't smoke the reefer. You know, they smoked the reefer.
Who had that? With the reefer? Someone bring it with them, or is that already there?
It was, the reefer was there. The reefer was there. And then after that, me and Shad, we were talking on the bench. And then after that,
So you and Shad smoked some meth at Scott's?
yeah, to smoke somebody.
So where were you guys located?
That would be Eastman. That's
Right, were you in an
Scott's.
apartment? But were you in a bedroom, in a living room, in the kitchen?
Living room. Bedroom.
Was Scott using any of it?
He was chilling on the chair, rocking back and forth.
Did he see you guys smoking meth or marijuana?
No, that's all behind him. He can't see. He can't see it, no.
Why not?
Because that's behind him.
Okay.
He's facing this way, we're this way.
Okay. So then the three of you smoking marijuana, and you and Shad smoked meth. And so then what happened then? Who went where?
I started cutting Shad's hair.
That's right, you said you gave him a
I
haircut.
give him a good haircut and everything, and then right after that, AJ was just like, you want to go. So then I'm like, alright, see ya.
You left on his own?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then he tried it on foot. And me and Shannon, we took it out. I shot him up, and I took him out. I had one shot too.
And where did you get that stuff from?
That's the same place.
I know, but, so you bought it with the meth, you bought the other stuff too? But where did you shoot them up with?
Same shit. The trazodone?
Yeah.
I crushed it up.
And where did you get the trazodone from?
The table.
The table, where's the table located?
It was right by Scott's
Was it Scott's trazodone?
Yeah, he is.
Are you sure it's trazodone?
They said it on the bottle.
So you took some pills from where?
You could charge her with violating the Controlled Substances
Is that on
Act.
the table?
Counter.
She took a prescription medication that wasn't written to her. That's a violation of the Controlled Substances Act.
And it was,
Trouble with the
is there
feds.
trazodone on the label?
Yep.
And was it Scott's pills? Was Scott's name on there too?
Yeah.
And you crushed them up, and then what did you do with them?
I put it in the syringe. I pulled it back, and then I shot him.
Okay. And you said you took a shot too?
Yeah, I did.
Okay.
Where did you get the injection? Where did you inject them at?
I got it from a friend.
No, but I mean, when you shot,
Where did I shoot him up?
yeah,
Shit, probably in the arm.
in the army then?
There.
You said you got the hypo from a friend? Indeed. Have you used drugs, they call it intravenously, some needles before?
Yeah.
Alright, so were you guys in a bedroom, in a living room, or someplace else where,
I take
Better.
50 milligrams of trazodone every night. I haven't
And
killed
what do you
anyone
guys
yet, though, so.
And then, we just took off because we just headed over to his mom's house. We got cozy on the bed. We drove into the driveway, right? Opened the door. We went down the stairs. We chilled on the bed, and right after we chilled on the bed, he put the collar on.
So you and Shad left Scott's van. Did Scott know you were leaving?
I said, hey, I don't even know, actually. I don't know.
Do you remember what time that was, or was it day, dark out, light out, night? You know what I mean? What time of day was it, you think?
Like 12 maybe, I'm just gonna guess. I really have no idea. I don't know the clocks, I don't have a phone.
Was it dark out?
Yeah.
Okay. So you went to Shad's parents' house, Shad's mom's house.
Mm-hmm.
Did you meet anybody as you were arriving?
No. He didn't.
All right, and then you went into the basement.
Yep. Open the door and then into the basement, down the stairs, and then
Yeah.
onto the bed where he put on the collar.
Was it right away you started doing that?
I don't know. This is what I remember.
How long do you think you were in the basement?
Until I left. I really don't know.
Was it during the day at all?
I really don't know.
Did you sleep at all?
I mean, I was playing with him all night, so
Because you're playing with him all night?
yeah.
What all during the day?
He kind of went into the day. I still was playing with him. But like, are you talking about the choking session? 'Cause,
Well, from the time you got to Shad's mom's, how long do you think you were there before you left?
like until he like died, or like
No, until you actually left.
until I
And went
left?
back east. Yeah, so by the time you first got there to the time you actually left,
I don't know. I don't do times. Like I really don't do it.
was it overnight?
She doesn't do time, does she?
So I'm asking because
Can I recommend that she calls the
It
USNL
was-
Master Clock?
it's the boyfriend's
22762-1401.
At some point, the
USNL
boyfriend
Master
had
Clock.
the guy in the house.
Who unlocked the door
Did he unlock the door
and open it?
and opened it for you guys?
He did.
Okay, so when you guys got there after shooting up the first time and
Yeah.
coming back from Eastman, he did open the door for you guys.
Yeah.
Okay.
So then, from then till the time you left, how long do you think it was? A whole day? An hour? You know what I mean?
It was, shit, I don't even know, like,
So you got there and Chad's mom's boyfriend let you in.
Mhm.
And you went to the basement. Did you start getting together right away, or did you sleep for a while, or what do you think you remember you did?
We went there, 5 minutes in, I was already choking him.
All right, so it happened pretty quick.
Yeah.
And you talk about you were playing with him.
Oh yeah, I was playing with his dick and with his corpse.
Was it light out?
Dave, when I took
sometimes?
opiates
When I looked up over
surgery
the
I
window,
had
I
once,
seen it.
they just
You
didn't
can see
seem
light.
like me at all.
So you were playing with him when it was light out.
Yep.
All right,
I
so
didn't really.
basically within, you said within 5 minutes of getting there, you guys started, he pulled out the chains, I guess you were saying, and he put her on his neck.
Yeah,
Did you put one around, you put one around yours, or did you put one
I
around?
did.
You
I
did?
did. It was tiny. I finally got it around and I put it on my neck and then I took it off.
Okay.
After he was gone, but like,
So, you started choking him, and when you were choking him, what did he do? What were you guys doing, I guess, is to try to explain it as best as you can.
he was coughing up the blood right and I was just waiting for him to die and then, like I was looking at his purple face.
Well, did he
During
expect
therapy?
did he expect to have sex with you?
Cause I felt like it was fucked up. I'm like, damn, I'm already this far, so then I just like, yeah.
I understand, but why would he put the chain around his neck?
Because he's a kinky mother, yeah.
So was he expecting to have sex with you then? Kinky sex? Kinky sex?
I would assume so.
But you said that he just started choking. How long did it take it for him to die?
Like, 3 to 5 minutes maybe. But, I don't know. I have no idea.
You said that when you were choking, you started coughing up blood.
Oh yeah, I was like,
But
damn.
you just decided that.
I like to see what happens.
So you just
I'm
kept
curious.
going harder and, okay,
I
So
didn't
you
go
wanna see
harder.
what happened when he died?
Yeah, I just watched it, yeah.
okay.
Well, this one was different. This one was common.
Blood.
So when he put the chain around his neck, he thought that you guys were going to have kinky sex, right? You think that's what Chad was thinking, maybe?
Yeah.
What were you thinking?
I was gonna do the same thing. You know, I was going in, and I did. And I went in. But then he was like, choke me. But he didn't really say it, so I'm like, he put it on his neck. I already know I'm gonna choke him. And I did. So,
All right, so before that, did you guys, was there any foreplay?
we launched onto the bed. We went from the stairs to the bed. And then, yeah.
Were clothes on or off?
Yeah, now, yeah, now the,
But before the chain went around his neck, were you and Chad like kissing or any foreplay or anything?
no, we were chilling at home.
You just chilling. So all of a sudden, the chain went around his neck?
Yeah.
How come? I'm just trying to get it.
He likes it.
All right.
And I was gonna walk him like a dog.
And he wanted that?
I have no idea. Well, I was gonna do it anyway.
Okay. And you claim it was his idea? With the chain?
That was obviously mine. No, it was his idea. It was all him.
Right, so you're on the bed, the chain goes around his neck and you start choking him. And you just realized that he was gonna die or what?
I'm just like, shit. I think I went a little too far, because I was blacking out while I was doing it, right? And then fuck. And then I look at him, I'm like, shit, he's already crippled. I'm like, fuck, I'm like, I don't know if he's fucking, is he good? But then when I woke up, during the blackout moment, I'm like, shit. He was coughing up blood. I'm like, I don't know, I just kept on going. Damn. Sorry.
He doesn't seem real shook up about it, I have to say.
When you were choking, you was coughing up blood, you kind of were like, I'm going this far, I'm just going to keep going. Did you realize that by continuing that may kill him?
Yeah, because I felt bad because I'm like, damn, he's going to be wheezing after this. I'm like, might as well just kill it.
Okay. So you realize that by continuing that you may actually kill him then?
He was, I swear to God, he was telling me, just do it. So I'm like, wow. And I did it.
Okay.
I swear to God, I'm like, fuck. I'm like, I accidentally fucked up and then I fucked. I'm like, ah. And then, yeah, that's exactly what happened. All those
you also said
Uncivil would prefer not to have a chain around his neck, by the way, for any women in the audience in case it comes up. Uncivil's not into that. Please take note. Thank you.
Exciting. What was the feeling that you got out of it?
That's all it is.
Okay. I'm just trying to understand what you were feeling. You're saying that you expected joy. Did it make you happy? Was it just kind of exciting? Like opening Christmas presents? Or?
I don't know. This is the thing that I have. I've always had. You ever love something so much.
I bet at least one of you sick effers out there is getting ideas for later tonight, aren't you?
So much that
Which of you are listening to this and be like, ooh, that sounds like fun. Maybe give it that a try.
That's what happens to me. So,
There's one of you. There's one of you. Who is it?
And then you just kept playing with his body. Okay. And when did you decide to? How long did you play with his body? You think? Is that when you thought it was looked outside and it might have been light out too?
I don't know. It's still dark.
Still dark.
Yeah. Oh, it's gotta be Two, 3 hours.
Is that also when you used the dildo?
Yeah.
Did you have sex with his body at all? At any point, or any type of sexual contact? Obviously the dildo and stuff, but.
I grinded on him, I put the dick in his ass.
You grinded on?
Yeah, and this.
Did you ever put his penis in your vagina? Okay, you just grinded on him?
Did you see before that you performed a roll on him?
Yeah.
Okay, and that was after he was dead?
Yeah. And then he got happy. He was half hard while I was still sucking while he was dead. Yeah.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
And was that part of playing with him, or?
That is
I was still sucking when he was dead.
Did you?
Actually, I was just, I was
dedicated, I guess.
I was doing that too.
You were sucking his
Yeah.
So it was only a couple hours before you severed his head?
Probably, yeah.
Did you fall asleep at any point in time, or? So how long do you think you were in that basement? Because you didn't leave until 3 or 4 this morning, right? But what about during the day? What do you do during the day?
I don't know, I was kind of dozing off, nodding out.
He was dead already?
He was dead.
Was his head still on?
No, I took that off. That was the first thing I took off.
Okay.
I wanted the head.
What about the rest of his body?
I didn't even take it. And then, the rest of his body, It's like all the fucking I don't even know what it is. It's in a big blue container, you know? And it's big
container?
Tupperware. It's like a big Tupperware. It's not a Tupperware, but it's a Tupperware container, like
A big storage code?
yeah, one of those. And then
So that's where body parts are in? Or are they, I thought just they were in a black bag.
they're scattered around.
Okay, so both probably. But when did you start, cutting up his body?
I don't know, like almost right away. I was sucking and cutting at the same time.
Okay. Then what about the rest of his body parts? Did that take all day? Did you?
I was getting pissed off at the dismemberment process, actually.
Did it take a while?
It took a while.
Yeah, because like I was nodding out. So
Okay, so you're kind of sleeping, kind of nodding in and out. Have you taken any other drugs?
I should have took drugs. I probably would have helped, but I didn't. And I just sat there. Yeah.
Do you remember it being daylight at all? When
Yeah, when I looked at the window and I seen the daylight.
And was his body together still then?
His
Or?
body was never together. It's just like, I had fun with him for that 2 hours and then boom.
So, but it took a while to cut the rest of the body up? Okay.
All messed up too.
So, I'm just trying to, so I understand two rules. So you said were you cutting and then you cut a knot off, kind of wake up and start cutting again?
Yeah.
So it took you a little while to cut the body apart. There were times where you went on napped or whatever. It wasn't, you didn't work nonstop to dismember his body, right?
I mean, I probably did while in my sleep. I do things in my
You
sleep.
do things in your sleep.
But yeah, but like, that's probably it right there.
Did anybody ever come downstairs at all?
Tara came, she came downstairs and then with the kitty cat, and then she set the kitty cat down, and flip over the kitty cat, and then the kitty cat was walking around, and I threw the kitty cat, and then yeah.
Did you talk to her?
I'm like, hey Tara. I don't know, it's just weird. Cause like it was an open space, like there was no closed door, and I'm like, it was weird.
Did she think she saw anything?
I have no idea. I have to ask her. Good question. What's a big guy,
So you think she came down at one point and dropped the kitty cat off downstairs in the basement?
Yeah.
Nice.
How long was she in the basement? Just shortly to drop the cat, or?
Yeah, she just came down there to drop the cat off to go use the kitty litter,
Okay.
the box, and then she went right back upstairs. Yeah, and then
All right, so then throughout this process, you would cut off a body part with one of the knives, and you would put it in the bag or the tote or something like that?
yeah, I was still tweaking out, so like I'm over here cutting it, and then I'm like, wow, it's getting dull. So I grabbed another one, and then I was cutting it, and it was getting dull. And I was tweaking, so like I'm like, oh shoot, I haven't done that. I didn't mean for all this to happen, and I'm like, I fucked up. I know I fucked up. I'm like, shit. Yeah, I'm sorry. That's what happened.
No, it's Bailey's got a mom and a sister and a dad and family and more than being sorry, You killed them.
You gotta tell the sister sorry. Didn't mean for that to happen.
You didn't mean to kill them?
I
But you didn't try to help them?
No, I didn't. No. It works both ways. Like, I have no idea. Like,
You was gonna
gotta
die.
be tugging the chain.
Right, you knew he was gonna die, so.
I mean, I didn't, but at the same time, I woke up like, fuck, that's bad. I didn't know what to do, because, like, he was gonna be like, ah, like, fuck, I didn't know. You know what I mean? Because, like, I don't know.
But you liked it?
I liked it. I'm like, fuck. Like, it was, well, I didn't know what to do, but, like, I liked it, though.
Well, you knew that you didn't want to call police or ambulance or anything, so.
Actually, I thought about it. And then, I was getting angry at myself. Very angry at myself because I didn't have a proper tool.
Yeah.
Sucks not having that.
Was it sexual assault to you when you were choking, Shad?
Oh, yeah. Very.
Was it exciting when you were sucking on his penis after he was dead?
It was very exciting. Everything was, we should check on my panties. Boom.
Hey, can you even see us? I'm going to ask you a question. I just want to kind of clarify some things quick. Detective Graf will be here shortly. Probably, I believe he's going to step in. It won't take long. So, after the incident where you choked him out, can you describe how you placed him before, because you said you cut his head off first, correct?
Yeah.
Can you describe where was he laying on the bed?
I pulled him.
Okay.
Like, say this is the bed.
Okay, so this is the top of the bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I pulled him, and then his head was hanging off.
So you're probably laying face up? So
Yeah.
his back was on the bed?
His back was on the
His
bed.
head's partially off the bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the tub was like right there.
The pail that you had the
Yeah.
head in before? Okay. So basically his head's here and the bucket's right here?
Yeah, and then
He's laughing.
from there, I severed his.
You cut his head off?
Yeah.
Okay. After you cut his head off, I know you said you dumped the pail at one point into the shower.
In the shower, yeah.
Okay. Did you leave the body there for a while to drain into the pail, or what? How?
It's all in the tub, in the blue tub. You found the blue tub, right?
I don't know if they're slowly going through the scene, so there's a lot of his blood. Did you pull the tub under there then?
Oh no, I moved the tub like real fast.
Oh, so you cut the head and then pulled the tub under there.
No, when I was dismembering the body,
Yep.
it was, I mean, I'm going like this with a knife, so there's blood fucking going everywhere, sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, and then,
But initially when you cut his head off, there was a pail underneath, correct? Okay, so the head went into the pail,
Yeah.
the blood went into the pail. Did the blood bucket fill all the way up with blood?
no,
No? Okay.
no.
Then, did you move them again when you started with the pail? Because you're talking about that blue Tupperware thing.
So I think there's a black pail, and then there's a blue Tupperware thing, right? And then his head was hanging off. And then I cut the head off, and then I moved it over, and I brought it back, and then I put it in the pail.
Okay, so initially the head went into the blue Tupperware thing, kind of?
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of blood in that one right now.
In the blue Tupperware thing.
Yeah.
At any point did you, like, before you, because you said you removed the head first,
This is like
did you start removing limbs right away, or did you kind of
her
wait a little
nonchalantness
while?
over the whole
That's
thing
the
is
weird thing, like, because when it started
hard to fully
happening, like, I
comprehend.
started, like, nodding out.
Okay.
And then I was going crazy on the limbs, like, even while I was sleeping, and then it looked messed up, and I didn't like it.
Okay. But you believe the blue tub, that big tub, like, probably, I'm thinking it's the way you're describing, it's only, like, Tupperware tubs about like this size, kind of that 3 cubic 1 foot one, and that's where most of the blood is, along with a bunch of his organs.
The organs are everywhere, too.
His organs are everywhere.
Yeah.
Did you, like, hide organs in the house?
Oh, they're in plastic bags,
In the tub?
In, backpacks.
In the back?
In the backpacks, and then in the,
Did you remove all organs, like his intestines and everything, or?
Yeah.
Where are the intestines? Do you remember?
they're gonna be in a plastic bag.
They're all in plastic bags
They're gonna be in a
too.
plastic
So that
bag.
blue tub is always just all blood, is what you, I thought you were saying.
It should be like only like this much.
Alright.
Okay, we're just trying to clarify a couple of things. I'm just trying to make sense of something.
Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
All right, I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Hey, how you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself?
All right. Can we talk a few minutes again?
Yeah.
So, I went at the house right now. There's, you know what a medical examiner is? They're the ones that kind of like take care of people that die and see how they die. And so, you know, they have a bunch of questions for us that we really can't answer. And the biggest questions that they have is exactly how did you dismember Shad?
Nice.
Did you know, cut arms, or I mean, was it just internal organs, or?
So you started on the head, right?
Yeah, and then I don't know where I went from there. I just want to.
Did you cut it, or did you remove his arms? Okay, can you show me where you would cut on the arms?
Right there.
Right at the elbows? Was this part of the arm left on?
You guys go in that blue bed.
Okay, look.
Yeah.
But you know that you cut off at the elbows? Yeah. Okay, you cut both arms off at the elbows?
I would hope so. Because like I was saying, that dismemberment process I did was like really messed up because like I was nodding out. And then I was like sawing it off.
Did
you use just a knife?
Just the knife, so like, yeah.
Did you remove any part of his, did you dismember his legs at all? What would you have done the legs?
I think there's one leg that's actually intact.
Okay.
And then, maybe. Where is it? I have no idea.
And where was his body located when you did this dismembering? Was it in one spot, or?
Yeah. It was all in the same spot.
And where's that again?
Blue tub.
So the body was in the blue tub as you were cutting it up? Okay, then did you empty the tub at points, or, you know what I mean?
Was there a bed down there, or just a mattress, or?
There was a mattress that was laid down there. Should be blood on the sheets. Like a lot of blood. But, I tried to get it off. But, I can't fucking think right now, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
I'm fucking nuts.
Yeah, you know, because, like I said, just, yeah, and they'll probably figure it out eventually, but they just had some questions about like where blood might have went, or most of it went. I mean, you said a bucket, or down the drain, or that. But it was, when you took off his head, was he lying on a mattress, or was he someplace else?
I had his head hanging off,
The mattress.
and then I was sawing it off.
But was the bucket underneath his head?
Yeah.
So it was high enough?
I don't know, it just dropped in there.
What's that?
It just dropped in there after I got the bone.
But it was high enough that it could stand up underneath the body, you know what I mean? So let's say the body visited the bed, the bucket was able to fit underneath there. Was that bed was high enough for the bucket to fit there? Or would it have to be on its side or something, the bucket?
No, the bucket was just fine where it's at, on the edge of the bed.
On the floor or on the bed itself?
On the floor.
Okay.
So there's a box spring and then there's a mattress.
Okay. You know, what do you think should happen if somebody does something like this to somebody else?
I don't know, they obviously get prison time, I don't know. Whole lot, like, I don't know, this was out of random.
Think it was the right thing to do?
No, I did it anyway.
And I just want to clarify, when he had the chain around his neck, were you behind him
Yeah.
and kind of with just one end or two ends, or the chain, or?
There was no one.
And Just one, but you hold it, how to, you know, I mean, because if you wrap a chain around someone's head, you just hold one end of the chain, the other end is going to go loose.
No, so if you've seen, there's a ring, and there's 2 rings, and then like you can pull the chain link from under the ring and then pull it back.
All right, so then a loop at the end of the chain that could go around, kind of like a dog choke collar.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, do you think it was a dog choke collar?
Could have been. Very much so.
Was it that size?
It was that size. Very large dog.
All right. And so then you would have been, was he laying on the bed? Or kneeling? Or something else?
He would have been on his stomach.
Something like that?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Choker chain? Okay. And there were 2 of those, correct? You said there was 2 of them, one for, that was on him? Yours was a little smaller?
Yeah.
Does this guy look familiar to you at all?
Mr. Gannon?
That Adrian?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's the one.
So he was lying face down on the bed? Or was he just on his hands and knees?
He was lying face down on the bed.
And getting you on top of him? On his back?
Yeah, I was on his back.
Okay. All right. Pulling the chain back. Okay. All right. Hopefully that heal.
Did you guys find all the parts here?
Still going through the process of looking. So, did you remove any other? You said you had the heart and the liver up with the lungs. Did you remove all that from the chest cavity? Or did you leave them in there? Or?
It could be in there, yeah.
Do you remember? Or?
They're all in plastic bags.
Separate bags or one big bag?
They're all in separate bags, like Walmart bags. And then they'll find them.
All right.
They'll find them.
Long should they go? Okay. Are you doing all right? You need anything or hungry or anything? Or?
More anything.
What?
I'm just glancing.
Well, you're right. I mean, you don't need any food or you got water, obviously. So if you need anything or use the restroom, knock on the door, and then you realize that, you're probably going to jail after this when we're done. So
I didn't know that.
I'm just, tell them what it is, and don't like to screw around with anybody. So.
Alright. Yeah.
You've been forthcoming with us, so we're going to be forthcoming with you.
Thank you.
And we appreciate it.
I mean, like Dave said, if somebody kills somebody and dismembers them, do you kind of think that that person probably should go to jail?
Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, this shit was fucked up, so, I don't even know, I'm like, god damn.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, we see where we're coming from and what we gotta do, and nothing personal.
Yeah. Sucks.
All right.
You need something? You said knock on the door.
Thank you.
Detective Graf, the video that we all just watched, is that video accurate and consistent with what you recall from your in-person meeting with Taylor Schabusiness on February 23rd of 2022?
Yes.
Just want to address one thing. At the beginning of the video, she's wearing a yellow outfit. Toward the end, she's wearing a blue outfit. Can you explain that for the jury?
When she went to the hospital to have her thumb checked, the hospital changed her into the blue scrubs.
And then you indicated there was also the recorded interview from the 28th. I intend to play a much shorter portion of the interview from the 28th.
How much shorter? Well, while we're waiting for that, I'll answer the question that's been chat pending for a while.
You know, so you took the wound cleaners, is that why you hit Shad's head? And you kept mentioning that you liked it.
I was gonna take it and then I just left it there. I was staring at it, I was looking at it right as I was gonna go up the stairs and I just left it. I left it there. Like I was gonna come back, I was gonna come back, and I left it there and I had his foot.
Yeah. But you were gonna eventually take all the parts, you think, did you?
Yeah, I really don't know.
Did something spooky?
Oh, I kept on hearing like footsteps up and down the stairs, up and down the stairs, up and down the stairs.
Can I ask you a question? Do you remember wiping up the concrete floor right then? You remember wiping up that?
No, before I screech, they were right there.
Okay. And then you put those in the bags, remember that? What did you do with those stalks? Did you put them in?
I think, I have no idea what happened.
Okay, would you use those to wipe up the blood?
Yes.
Did you move that?
Yes, I did.
To cover that up?
Yes.
Okay. And you remember cleaning like the you know how the stand-up showers in the unfinished part of the basement? There's that shower.
Yes.
You clean that area up too?
Absolutely, that's my ability.
Like with water or whatever?
And that squeak.
So you used to speed. That's right, we're just speeding. And it's still that you know what you saw. Were you feeling? Were you anxious, angry, excited?
Well, when I woke up and I seen that this happened and there was like the environment around me and I was like, it feels like I'm on a hidden camera TV show right now. And I was like, what the? Yeah, I was going crazy. So I was really pissed off and freaking out a little bit.
Yourself?
Yeah, very much so. One, the victim was like my friend, right?
Yeah.
And two, it's it was an open area.
Saying that.
Very open area. I didn't like that one bit. The dismemberment process was awful.
Yeah. Can you go into a little bit on that? Yes, pressures. Are you jump into that? Sure. Were you cleaning up so that you would get caught?
Well, yeah, to the best of my ability, I almost like called on myself like 4 times because I'm like, there's no fucking way. There's people upstairs.
Sure.
There's people upstairs. I'm like, how am I going to get away with this at all?
No one of your thoughts when you were
Yeah.
chopping them up.
Yeah, I was just like, there's no way I'm going to get away with this, and now I'm fucking screwed.
And that's part of the reason you put them in different bags or cleaning up, is that correct?
I was cleaning up, but then, like, when I said I was tripping out in the body, looked like it was rebuilding itself because I already cut off his arm, and his arm came back on. I'm looking at this, I'm like, there's no way. There's no way, you know? And then, and I'm like, am I that high?
Would you cut it off again?
Yeah.
So,
And it took forever.
yeah, I know what you're talking about, because one of his arms had where you cut it. We never cut all of it.
Yeah. That's weird because I cut it all the way off. And then that's, I'm just saying that, like, I don't know.
Was it to easily move him because he's a bigger guy than you?
Because I'm looking at this, I'm like, how do I get Shad out of here? Can't just leave Shad here and be like, hey mom, Shad's dead. So, yeah.
Okay.
And Detective Graf, the portion of the video that we just watched from the February 28th, 2022 interview, does that accurately reflect a portion of your interview with Ms. Schabusiness on that date, February 28th?
Yes, it does.
And I would formally move for the admission of Exhibit 110.
Any objection?
Your Honor, can I confer with Mr. Lassay for 1 minute?
Sure. Come up with a reason why this can't be admitted. Good luck. The witness himself is like, what are you doing? That's a good question, because I want to know too. Can I confer about the reason I can exclude this?
No objection.
That'll be
Yeah.
received.
Yep.
Detective Graf is not in the portion of the video that was recorded, but do you recall in the February 28th, 2022 interview, whether Ms. Schabusiness mentioned having any contact with Stephen Hendricks during this incident?
I recall that, if I recall correctly, I think at first she didn't mention that, but then later on she did.
And the contact relative to the eyeglasses?
Oh, yes. She did mention that at one point she did go up into the kitchen and had contact with Mr. Hendricks and borrowed some glasses, yes.
I have no further questions for Detective Graf. I don't know if the court wishes to take a break before cross-examination or...
Please.
We will. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 10 minutes to 12. I'm going to ask you to be back here in the jury room. We'll take an hour and 15 minutes, so try to be back shortly after 1:05 or so. So then we'll get underway promptly. Right? And all rise for the jury. Anything to bring up before we recess for lunch, Mr. Saunders? No. Mr. Fraley?
No.
Can I ask Mr. Saunders, or Mr. Lozay, either one, do you have a sense of how many more witnesses do you have? Or is this the last witness?
This is...
Yes, it's our last witness.
Okay. Then probably what I'm going to do is distribute a draft of proposed jury instructions so that you can start taking a look at that. My judicial assistant is out, but I'll try to have those on your desks by the time you return. Okay? Very good. Then we are in recess until 1 o'clock.
Your Honor, there is one other issue. The defense then would have Scott Tomes as a witness, but apparently he's unavailable. And I have him under subpoena. You know, the timing of his unavailability is suspect for me, but I've conferred with the prosecutors and they've advised that he is simply not available. So what we talked about was talking about potentially some agreed facts that could be presented to the jury. It's an unusual situation for me to be in, but you know, as a lawyer, when you issue a subpoena, people are expected to appear. So I'm caught in a difficult spot.
Okay. Well, you can address it to me when you come back at 1 o'clock, okay?
Okay, thank you.
Very good. We're in recess.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, well, that will be enough for now. So let me answer the chat's question about the admissibility of confessions with intoxication. The short answer is yes, they're admissible. Now, of course, I'm going to assume that we're talking about voluntary intoxication, right? The difference, of course, being that you know what you're taking, or that you know that you're taking a risk in what you're taking, right? So the idea that you're taking the substance voluntarily, and that you either know what it is or you know you're taking a risk in what you're doing. So like if you take if you take a street drug, and you think it's X, then, any reasonable person might know that that is not necessarily what is actually in the pill, right? That you might be getting something else other than that, or different things, or different amounts of things, right? They're not exactly regulated the same way that a drug from a pharmacy is regulated. So, when you get the drug from the pharmacy, if you get a 50 milligram tablet, it's 50 milligrams. So, the drug is pure, right? That's like the whole point of the Food and Drug Act, right? If you're getting it off the street, you're like, oh, I want a 50 milligram pill. Well, who knows what's actually in there? but like you're taking it with that risk, right? So if you know what's in it, or you're taking it voluntarily, as opposed to you didn't know that you were taking it, or you didn't know that it was, that it's a regulated product and you didn't know that's wrong. Ian and I were talking about a case where that actually happened, where a person went to a bar and they ordered a drink, but the person was overserved. They didn't know they were being overserved. They didn't know how much alcohol they were getting. The bartenders made mistakes in how much alcohol they were being delivered. So they were like ordering singles, but getting doubles or whatever it was. Or they were getting, they basically were getting way more alcohol than they thought they were, and to no knowledge of their own. And it's a regulated product, so they should be it. So that would be an example where it's involuntary intoxication, right? So you don't know what you're getting. And it's an unusual situation, obviously, because usually when you go to a bar, it's like, yeah, you're getting something. But, in this situation, it was an unusual situation. Okay, so we're going to deal with a involuntary intoxication scenario. Okay, so for a waiver of Miranda to be valid, you need three things. You need to be knowing, intelligent, and voluntary. The Miranda waiver itself pretty much takes care of the first two, knowing and intelligent, right? So first of all, you have to know that you're waiving it, and you have to know what you're waiving. So they ask you, like, do you want to still talk to us? Yes. That's knowing, right? Do you want to talk to us? So if they just said, do you want to talk to us? That would be knowing. So if all the police said to you was, do you want to talk to us? And you're like, yes, I do. That would be knowing, but it wouldn't be considered intelligent. That's the entire point of the Miranda waiver, is to make it legally intelligent, that you legally understand what you're being told. And of course, that's the whole point of Miranda, right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you. You have the right to have an attorney during the interview. If you cannot afford one will be appointed for you. You have the right to discontinue the interview at any time, right? That tells you everything you need to know so that you understand it. Like, that's legally intelligent. And then you say, do you agree? Yeah. Okay. So you got basically the first two are built into the Miranda waiver, knowing and intelligent. So all you have left is voluntary. Okay. Basically, this thing here, with involuntary, is sort of the same thing as it relates to intoxication, as it relates to defenses and crimes, typically, which is no. If you voluntarily take the substance that lowers your ability, you voluntarily took the substance that lowers your ability. So, no, intoxication is not typically a defense. And then your only exceptions to that are basically either the psychosis that we've been talking about, right? Induced psychosis, or you were so intoxicated that you were rendered unconscious. So you might be talking, but you're not, but your brain, so you might be, but effectively you're sleepwalking at that point, right? You might be talking, you might be responding intelligently, but you're not really awake, right? You are so drunk that you're rendered unconscious. And that obviously doesn't pop up very often. So that's how drunk you have to be. So even if you're slurring your words, even if you're on heavy prescription medications, Valium, opium, alcohol, meth, even if you're on heavy drugs, you're slurring your words, you're falling asleep, right? As long as you are in any sense lucid, and we're willing to stretch this pretty far, as long as you're in any sense lucid, it's a question of weight for the jury at that point, right? So if you are so far gone that you are unconscious, we will not give it to the jury. If you are not that, then it's an issue of weight for the jury, because the jury, of course, is the finder of fact, can observe this person falling asleep, slurring, basically borderline gone, and be like, well, they're not lucid, because that's a conclusion the jury can find as a finder of fact. So then it becomes a finding of fact, right, as opposed to a finding of law. So that's basically the standard. You have to be incredibly drunk, and good luck being that drunk, that you are so far gone that you are basically rendered unconscious, or so far gone on any medication that you're unconscious. And obviously that would be an issue that would be in a preliminary hearing, and basically no. So yeah, basically no. So the too long didn't read. The too long didn't read is, yeah, your drunken confession will be used against you. And now that I've gone through all the nuance of all the exceptions that will never ever apply in any real case, now you understand all the things. Is she doesn't have to sign the waiver or initial waiver. No, that's not necessary. It's not necessary. I don't know if she was or not. I think she actually was. I think she actually signed it, but it's not necessary. You don't have to be given it in writing. Oral is fine. Written is fine. Either one is fine. A lot of police departments will use both as a prophylactic measure, right? But if you are given it orally and you waive it orally, the orally is fine, right? It's like, hey, I have a few things to tell you before we talk. I just want you to listen to me real carefully before we have a conversation. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to an attorney. If you cannot afford one, one will be appointed for you. You have the right to have an attorney present during these conversations, and you have a right to discontinue the interview at any time. Having listened to me, do you agree to talk to me? Yep. Perfect. Perfect. So super, super easy. Super, super easy. And incidentally, by the way, this standard on voluntariness is also very, very comparable to the standards as it relates to, for example, contracts, or as the issue as it relates to consent for the issue, for example, for sex legally, right? For it to be unconsensual, right? At least as far as the law is concerned, and who knows what a jury will really do in the real world, but at least as far as the law is concerned, right? For it to be non-consensual, you basically have to be blackout drunk. You have to be so far gone that you have no idea what you're agreeing to, right? There's a difference between merely being pliable and completely unaware of what's going on. So if you are pliable, then that does not nullify consent, which is also true for contracts, incidentally. So yeah, you can agree to contracts drunk, which is probably a good reason not to do it, incidentally. But that is sort of the standards we're talking about. So it's a very similar standard in a lot of different contexts. So hopefully that helps to answer some of your questions. What about an Ambien cocktail? Well, again, the question is who's doing it. Because the question, again, the issue is about voluntariness, right? So if it's involuntary intoxication, then you might be talking about something different. But if it's voluntary intoxication, then you're talking about what I just said. So if it's involuntary, you didn't know the Ambien was in the cocktail, then we might be in a different analysis. If you know the Ambien's in the cocktail, then, well, you do you, boo, as they say. You do you. Mark Lyon gave $1.99 to say smash the thumbs up button for sidewalk naps. Shelly CCC Czar $14. Michelle Curl is a member for 12 months. Kim became an uncivilian by hitting the gym, joined by Wesley Hoke, gave $4.99. Question from Nilda. Wasn't the defense saying the victim gave her drugs, therefore she wasn't at fault? Did she know she was taking the drugs? See, this is the issue with voluntariness. Does she know that she's taking drugs? If the answer is yes, it's voluntary intoxication. She's choosing to take them. The fact that someone else provided them is irrelevant. Did she make the decision to take them? Then it's voluntary. As long as she knew that she was taking drugs. Right? And if it was something other than the drugs that she was told, it's still voluntary because there's an assumption of risk issue. Right? If you get pills from your pharmacist, you expect them to be what's on the label. If you get pills from your friend, there's an assumption of risk and built into that. So do you know that you're taking pills of any kind? If so, it's probably voluntary. If your friend tricks you into it and be's like, these are M&Ms, why don't you swallow them? They're a new kind of M&M that you swallow. Why don't you swallow them? And you're like, okay. So then, yeah, then involuntary. Yeah. Can the police place you in a bunch of room with a vodka and get involuntary intoxicated? Can the police do it? Probably not. Probably not. Can the police do it? No. Can the police let you get voluntarily intoxicated? Probably not. I don't know if there's any case on it, but let's not find out. I wouldn't recommend it. What about this is aspirin, but it's morphine? Well, yeah. If you then aspirin is something you would expect to like be reliable. So if your friend tells you it's aspirin, you can probably rely on it. Because aspirin is a regulated product, right? Aspirin is a regulated product. So if your friend's like, this is aspirin, which is in and of itself inherently a regulated product, and you're getting it from a friend who's like, that's trustworthy, then yeah, your friend's probably tricking you. If they know it's morphine, I suppose either way, somehow they were deceived, which is one hell of a deception. If they bought aspirin at the store and actually turned out to be morphine, I don't know what scenario this is. But yeah, if your friend be like, here's some Advil, and you take it, it's actually morphine. Yeah, I think you can claim involuntary intoxication in that scenario. Some police do training events where the volunteers get drunk. Yeah, for the purpose of like teaching people what DUI like really is like or something like that. Sure. I just wouldn't necessarily recommend it as a prelude to a planned confession. Right? I wouldn't necessarily be like, let's put you in a room with vodka and then try to interrogate you. I'm not sure the court would let that work. So yes, the police might allow you to get intoxicated in their presence for some purpose. If it's for the purpose of extracting a confession, I don't think the court's going to go for it. If you're under a conservator and kill someone, does that matter in Miranda rights? Ooh, good question. I don't know. This would be a state in which you would have to be read Miranda in the presence of your guardian, which I don't think is true in many states. I think in most states, kids can be read Miranda without the presence of their guardian, although there might be some exceptions. So this would have to be a state in which specifically a juvenile cannot waive Miranda except with their parent, with the presence of their parent. So if there's such a state and you're under a conservatorship, would the Miranda count? Ooh, good question. Don't know. I don't know how that would work, to be honest. That would be an interesting one for a court to actually figure out. I don't know how that would work. If the police know the person's under a conservatorship, then almost certainly the rule would apply. But if they don't know, so if the police arrest someone who's under a conservatorship, but they don't know and it never comes up, and they get a Miranda waiver from that person, and normally you'd have to get it from a guardian, and the guardian's not there, would that still be the rule for a conservator? I don't know. That's actually a really good question. That'd be an interesting case. My bet is the court would allow the waiver without the conservator present. But maybe a fun case to try. Yeah, adult conservator. I picked up on that. Yeah, I picked up on that. A lot of questions, Tom Kurt. Yeah, well, you asked a question. I'm like, I don't know. Can children confess without their guardian's consent? In many states, the answer is yes. But in some states, the answer might be no. Yeah, I don't know if there's any court case specifically on point. There's not that many adults that are under conservatorships. It doesn't happen that often. So I don't know if it's ever come up. I don't know. That'd be interesting. And also, a conservatorship isn't necessarily an all or nothing proposition, by the way. It isn't necessarily an all or nothing proposition. So they could be under a conservatorship without necessarily being mentally incompetent, at least in every sense. So they might be under a conservatorship, but it be a limited conservatorship. So, that's a possibility. Good question. Yeah, Britney Spears was under conservatorship. Yeah. It's a good question. If a minor is the ward of the state, the child cannot sign a waiver without a rep there. But only a minor of the state? Why would it make a difference one way or the other? Yeah, elderly people like financial management would be the most common. Yeah. So yeah, it would be interesting. It's interesting under contract law for that matter too. It can get very specific and state by state. If an adult is under a conservatorship and they go to like a car dealership and buy a car, and the car dealership doesn't know, is that contract necessarily invalid? It would depend on state specific law. I'm not sure there's a universal answer for this. That's where you really want to go and check the state specific books on that one. Yeah, as always a good point to note that like words like always and never are best avoided in law. So like, is it always true? Is it never true? Those are words best avoided. So like, is it always true that an adult who's under a financial conservatorship, if they go to a car dealership and they sign a loan and they sign a car deal and the dealer doesn't know, is it necessarily true that deal's invalid? It's like, well, the fact that you asked always, it's like, it's like, I don't know, man. I don't know, right? Yeah, always, words like always and never are best avoided in legal services because it's very rarely always or never. It's certainly very rarely always and never throughout all 50 states, especially on an issue like contract law and conservatorship law, which is more state specific than many. Yeah, happens all the time with elderly. Yeah, it can happen with elderly for sure. Yeah. Always and never are curse words. It's basically true. Yeah. Yeah. It's very saying words like always and never in law is a bad omen, my friend. Bad omen. All right, I'm going to take a break. Maybe I'm going to take a little power nap. I think I will take a little power nap. We're going to take a half-hour power nap. And then we'll be back on in 45. All right. This should automatically redirect you over that way. I will see you back in an hour or 45 minutes, or maybe an hour. We'll see. If I'm late, I'm late. I'll talk to you guys soon. I've been on civil law until later, my friends. I hope all is well. Cheers, my friends, and goodbye.